Back on the record, we stayed in New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. We will now have the summation from the state. Mr. Decker, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Every time I give a summation, I tell myself I'm not going to respond. I'm going to stick to my script, the things that I think are important. But every time I give a summation, I always respond. Can't help myself. You heard the way I look at what we heard this morning from Ms. Mastalone and this afternoon. You heard four things, the way I look at it. We heard about the DVR. We heard about the ballistics. We heard about the DNA. And then we heard about the family dynamics, some of the testimony you heard from the defense witnesses. Now I'm going to talk about the DNA. I'm going to talk about the ballistics. I'm going to talk about the cameras. They're all very important. And I think it's important, I won't go any further than this, to note from the beginning just why you heard so much about the DNA and the ballistics and the cameras this morning. It appears to the state that we are trying very hard to explain away the DNA, to explain away the ballistics, and to figure out a way, showing you pictures of police officers up above the refrigerator, trying to explain a way as to how an extension cord could have came out, or whether or not he hit a button and shut it off. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no explanation for him, and we heard it for the first time today, that it was actually him in that garage shutting that off. There is no explanation for shutting that off. We'll talk about the Wi-Fi later. When we talk about family, we heard the testimony, and I don't demean anyone who came in here and testified for Mr. Caneiro. That is their right. They're longtime family friends. They knew some of the dynamic, right? They saw some interactions between Keith and Paul, right? They saw some interactions between Uncle Paul and Sophia and Jesse. But all of them didn't hear what they didn't hear. They didn't hear about the issues between Keith and Paul. They didn't hear the phone call the night before. Keith may be emotional, ladies and gentlemen, and Paul may be level-headed, right? Keith was looking for an answer that he never got. Maybe he would have forgave him. Maybe. He forgave him before. The state has never said otherwise. Remember, relax. Mr. Weinstein said, Keith, go to sleep, relax. We'll deal with it tomorrow, right? Ms. Mastalone said that this morning, right? Keith tried to go to sleep. He went to sleep. Either before midnight or after midnight on November 20th, 2018. He tried to go to sleep. But he was awoken. He was awoken because his power was cut. And he went to investigate it. He went to his basement. He went to look. He sees the generator should be on, right? Then he goes outside. But before he does, he sends a text message. And then another, and another, and another. To Paul. Despite the anger, despite the issues, he still needed Paul for certain things. Remember, they even showed you an email during the course of the trial where Keith is asking Paul questions about his own electronics and the servers and the stuff in the basement. He needs Paul. And that's part of the frustration. Because remember, square one is 90-10. This is Keith's business. But Paul's got to do all this stuff. I think at least one witness told you about how, like, part of Paul's role is to do these things for Keith. So even after he's so upset with him, he's screaming at him to give him the password, trying to figure out where the money went. He still texts him. But ladies and gentlemen, what kind of a man, what kind of a family man shuts off his cameras and drives to Colts Neck, New Jersey in the middle of the night? What kind of a man goes there, rips off an electrical panel, shuts off the switch on the generator to ensure, despite all of the electrical backups, that power is not coming on? Now, his phone's home, so he's not getting those messages, I don't believe, from his brother. He doesn't get that 318 message which says, I'm going outside to check the generator. What kind of a man, what kind of a family man, what kind of a brother lies in wait for his brother to come outside in the dark, only to be shot 5 times, only to have his older brother walk up, likely very calmly, place a gun to the back or side of his hooded head, and pull that trigger one last time? What kind of a family man is that? As if that was not enough, what kind of a man then chooses to go inside that house in the darkness to go and find his sister-in-law and 11-year-old Jesse Caneiro and 8-year-old Sophia Caneiro? Couldn't he have just stopped with his brother? At least he did that quickly and painlessly. What kind of a man does this? Now, one of the things that was brought up, kind of harped on, was the fact that why would someone kill for relatively small amounts of money, right? You know, the thefts and all that kind of stuff. Why would that happen? Well, one of the things that Miss Wallace told you in openings is that she said, we're here. Paul Caneiro is here because of the evidence, not because of the motive. And I'm going to talk about it as I go, but the motive is learned later. That's not something that comes up. He's not suspected and arrested, etc., because of the motive. Lieutenant Petrozello said it best when he said, we followed the evidence. I'm a little sick of hearing about 2 people, which is sort of the first time today. I'm a little sick of hearing about Corey Caneiro. What did you hear about Corey Caneiro during the course of this trial? You heard he was a brother. Okay? He's the youngest brother. You heard he's bald. You heard that he was a contingent beneficiary to the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust. Right? Him and Paul, 50-50. Now, what's interesting about that is what you never heard in this courtroom. And that is that Corey Caneiro had any clue that he was a contingent beneficiary to this trust. You never heard that. He knew about the trust because, as they pointed out this morning, Keith would complain to Corey a lot about Paul and his thefts from the trust. But Corey had no idea, based upon the evidence in this case, that he stood to gain either 50% or 100% or whatever was on that screen earlier. Now, there's some questioning during the course of the trial where I think it was intimated that maybe Paul Caneiro didn't know that he stood to benefit as a contingent beneficiary. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in 1999, Paul Caneiro signed that trust. He is the trustee. To argue that he did not know is ridiculous. But like I said, we're not here because of the financial motive. You did hear a lot of testimony, and it is important. But murder doesn't make sense. I'm not going to stand here this afternoon in front of 16 people who have spent a lot of time and a lot of attention and sacrificed a lot and tell them that because he got caught stealing somewhere probably under $75,000, we acknowledge, that that was a good reason to kill. What I'm going to tell you today, and what Ms. Wallace told you earlier, is that it's not about what he stood to gain. It's about what he stood to lose. And we will talk about that. But I wanted to start off, now that I digressed enough, with some questions, like rhetorical questions, regarding the evidence in this case. And the first one I want to talk about is, why would Paul Caneiro shut his DVR off at 1:28 a.m. in the morning? We'll get there. Why then would he go down to his own basement and shut off the 2 Nest cameras, those 2 Wi-Fi cameras in the basement? Now those are Wi-Fi, okay? I think we all get that. What's in the garage, as we've heard a lot of testimony about, were hardwired cameras. I showed S418 at one point, the power box right above the QC DVR, the power for the QC DVR. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the things that Mr. Caneiro said to the police on scene that day when he was cooperative, okay? But now we're talking about Wi-Fi cameras. He's gone to his garage in the middle of the night when he's told police he's sleeping, and he's walked up, faces the camera, and all of a sudden it shuts off. If there's another explanation for what happened there, I have no idea what it is. But there's only one reason you would shut off your cameras 30 minutes before you drive to Cold Snack and kill 4 people. Now, we're going to talk about this as we go, but when we look at the 2 Wi-Fi cameras, okay, these are notifications from Nest, right? They're emails that Mr. Paul Caneiro received at 1:31 or shortly thereafter, which indicates that those 2 cameras were shut off at 1:31 a.m. in the morning. Now, the first one has a specific area in the corner of the basement near the egress window where the fire started, right? And we'll talk about this specifically as we go. The second one is that basement work area, right? And that one, it actually captures his picture there when the electricity is shut off to that camera. That's the last thing that camera saw. Mr. Caneiro, shirtless like he just was in the garage, shutting off the cameras in his basement. Now, sometimes we get ahead of ourselves, but I did say I'd do it later. But the locations of those 2 cameras, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot escape from if you're Paul Caneiro in this case. We're going to talk a lot about evidence found in that basement. We're going to talk about that pile of clothing. Where was that pile of clothing found? Heads up, slide on the left, S273. Where are all the guns? Where's the gun locker? Slide on the right, S274. It's easy now to try to make up an excuse for why you would shut off your cameras when it really, really looks bad. Why, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about guns and whether he would have used the one with the rails for the laser sight. I don't know why that is necessary. I don't know where the testimony with regard comes from. He chose to use the gun that he chose to use. He didn't need a laser sight on that gun. There is lighting outside of Keith's house. You saw it on the video when he's jumping up trying to shut it off. I don't know, does he have a flashlight too? I don't really know. But I don't know what the point of the gun that is not registered to him with no serial number or whatever, why that has anything to do with this case. But we can talk about this gun. Now, this is not the murder weapon, okay? This is the other Sig Sauer, right? This is the one that's found in Paul Caneiro's basement, Paul Caneiro's bedroom, in the drawer, right? And when it was tested by Sergeant Clayton from the state police, one of the things he noted in his report is that in the chamber was this laser sight, laser bore sight, which is something that you use with this. It's a laser target, it's a laser target. It's a training system, okay? And we'll talk about like when this was used and why it's relatively important. But sometimes the murder weapon isn't the only weapon that actually matters. You know, we talked about it, like they talked about it this morning, about how he's a firearms owner, right? Now, we talked about this during jury selection. I'm sure you all remember it. People have the right to bear arms in this country. We all understand that. I'm not, and Miss Wallace, we didn't show you these guns to belabor the point that he's got a lot of guns, ladies and gentlemen, he must have done it. That's not the purpose. The purpose is this is a sophisticated individual who owns a bunch of guns. He's got a ton of ammunition. He's got gun cleaning supplies. He's got targets hanging up next to those. He's got rifles, everything. But he's also someone who knows how to use it, right? He knows how to use this gun. And this is going to come in a little later, where we found this and why it's important. There's been a lot of talk about contamination and transfer and all these things that, you know, you kind of do when the DNA really hurts you. When your niece's DNA just happens to be found in your basement. If Paul Caneiro was set up, why would that person, Corey Caneiro, whoever it may have been, why would they then try to destroy the evidence? They're trying to frame him. They somehow get his blood and DNA on gloves and jeans and shirts. They get his niece's hair on a scarf in that pile, but then they try to destroy it. If that makes any sense, I'll sit down right now. If Paul's set up, and we didn't talk about the barrels today at all, I don't think. If he was set up, why would that person, Corey Caneiro, whoever it is, why would they then swap out the barrel to that other Sig Sauer? Why would they want to make it difficult for law enforcement? Chris Clayton from New Jersey State Ballistics. Why would they want to make it difficult for him to make a ballistics match? It doesn't make any sense. And then, where did we find the backpack with the barrel? We found it in the Porsche Cayenne, Susan Caneiro's vehicle. The one that he happened to pull out of the garage, right? The one that they sat in at some point on Tilden Drive, and the one that they drove to the police department. Now, I don't think there's a chance in this world that he thought, A, he was going to end up at the Ocean Township Police Department, and B, that car, his wife's, was going to be searched that day. But if you're setting Paul Caneiro up, you're putting that backpack, the barrel, the silencer, whatever else is in there, all his worldly possessions, you're putting it in the Macan, aren't you? Why wouldn't you put it in the car that drives to Colts Neck and kills everybody? That's really not a great way to frame something. How would Corey or whoever have known that Paul Caneiro was going to pull the Cayenne out of the garage at 4:59 and 55 seconds or whatever it is? How would that person, how would Corey know that? The answer is they wouldn't know that. And it doesn't make any sense. If Paul was being set up, why wouldn't there be more blood in the Macan? I'm not sure I understood the argument this morning. We didn't find any blood in the Macan, right? Okay. I think we all can agree, I hope, that Macan, I think it seemed to be conceded, that Macan drives to Colts Neck in the middle of the night, and that Macan comes back at 4:08 a.m. So It's like we know the car is used. Whoever did this used that car. So whoever did this didn't leave a lot of blood. It doesn't mean that he didn't leave a lot of blood or someone else didn't leave. No matter who used the car to kill everybody, they didn't leave a lot of blood. So why, if you're trying to frame someone, why would Corey Caneiro be so careful to not contaminate the car? Because as you were told, and I'm going to tell you right now, you heard testimony first about how they didn't look for blood in the car, right? Despite there was the ALS and the blue light and all that kind of stuff that they can do, and they did, right? Maybe they didn't do it in the bathrooms. We'll talk about that. But then you heard when we called Trooper Cocky from the New Jersey State Police, right? We told you then that he brought his cadaver dog, right? A cadaver dog, obviously, is a dog that's trained to seek out and find evidence, odors of human remains. And the first place that dog went was in the Porsche Macan, and you heard that there was no indications inside, despite the thing about on his arm from giving blood that morning, which we didn't show you because we knew he gave blood. We're not trying to deceive anybody here. We knew what that was all about. But then the dog goes to the back, to the storage area in the Macan, and has a positive indication, right, for the presence of human remains. Now, you heard that it was tested and it was negative. It is what it is. Trooper Cochran told you that the dog is able to detect residual odors, right? And then the dog, if he wasn't clear that the dog kind of had a good nose for this stuff, the first thing they do when they enter the house is they find some blood on the door frame, right? And it turns out, actually, they do inquire as to where the blood came from, and it turns out it came from one of the firefighters, Sean Ensign. Got a buccal swab, and ultimately it was tested, confirmed to be his DNA. Creed, the canine, then is taken off lead throughout the house, and ultimately, nothing upstairs, nothing on the main floor, and then he goes down to the basement, down the stairs, through the left door, immediately into the unfinished side of the basement, where we saw that camera, where you didn't see what happened there because he shut the cameras off, right? And that dog hit for the odor of human remains, which made a lot of sense once they looked at the pile and they saw the blood and the jeans and the scarf and the shirts and the gloves with his niece and his nephew's DNA on it. So it's not like they didn't look. It actually took the dog to make sense of that. So why, if we're framing someone, are we being so careful? You've been told a lot about what wasn't done or why they didn't follow the money or why they didn't do this or look into Corey. But the evidence that you have, the stuff that they're really trying to get out of, trying to get away from, they didn't shut off the DVR. Man, it's transfer evidence. Oh, the ballistics, I don't know. The ballistics is pretty conclusive, I think, based upon the testimony. I'm not sure exactly where that's going. But what do these things tell you? And they tell you investigatively that Paul Caneiro did this. It was discussed that the state has the burden of proving this case to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Absolutely. That is our burden. Miss Wallace and I, we readily accept that. That's the way the system works. But it does work both ways, right? You have to understand what the standard means and what reasonable doubt means. It's not just one little thing that wasn't done. It's an honest and reasonable uncertainty as to the defendant's guilt. But there is none, ladies and gentlemen. It was not set up. You heard a lot of testimony recently about how he was a smart guy, he was a tech guy, meticulous, level-headed, etc., etc. And in the opening, and again this morning, Miss Mastalone said to you, and I get it, she's doing her job. She said,
Objection.
Overruled.
that was a problem. What she said was, why would Paul Caneiro do this, but then lead the police to his house by setting a fire? And the answer to that is, he was trying to destroy the evidence. He wasn't leading the police to the jeans and the scarf and all that evidence. He was trying to destroy it. It just didn't work. You heard from John Lightbody, the expert who did the origin and cause at 27 Tilton. Remember, he showed that picture in the dining in the family room, and he actually kind of marked out a line of demarcation, and he said, "Yeah, this is basically where the firefighters were able to stop this fire from spreading." Because you saw the fire, and you're going to see it again today. I mean, that fire was no joke. It's just that a bunch of people, including Chris Sorrentino, got there really quickly and were able to contain it. That fire was supposed to destroy the evidence. But understand, like, he's a smart guy, he's tech savvy, he does some smart things in the beginning, I think, maybe before he does all this. You know, he plugs his phone in, you know, hey, we can track phones, that sort of thing. That wasn't dumb, right? That was a pretty smart move. It's okay. But the problem with things like this, the problem with murder, especially when you kill your niece and your nephew, is that no matter how ruthless the crime is or your intent is, you still never know how you're going to react after something like that. I mean, none of us know. He just annihilated his nephew and his niece. And then he's got to get the hell out of it. We'll talk about the timeline. 6 minutes. We'll talk about that. It's not a problem. But he's now left Colt's Neck after doing what he did and setting the fire and cutting the Verizon line. And he's driving home and they're asking, well, why didn't he get rid of the evidence? He could have thrown it here. He could have thrown it there. He's not thinking rationally, first of all. And second of all, there's one thing that you really need to understand. These guns, these two 6 hours, okay? You heard they're registered to Paul Caneiro. He is a lawful gun owner. So this and that and all the other ones we showed you, they're on file with the state of New Jersey. Okay? They're registered firearms. So if he ditches this gun, the first thing the police are going to do in Ocean is go, hey, where's the 6 hour? 229. So it's not that simple. So he can't get rid of the gun, and he tried to get rid of the DNA. It just didn't work. I mean, he didn't call 911, right? Caitlin Caneiro, his daughter, called 911. He didn't call. You think he wanted that to not be destroyed? Think about that, okay? It's disingenuous, like a lot of the other things when he was cooperative that he said to the police that morning. It's kind of like not wearing shoes, right? It's kind of screaming like, hey, look at me. I was asleep. But we'll talk. But just imagine driving home after doing all that, and you got to get home quickly, right? You got to get home quickly because there was 6 gunshots. So Lord only knows who's calling 911, right? So he's got to get the hell out of there. And he's driving home, and he chooses to bring the evidence home and set them on fire. And he's got that voice in his head, right? He's thinking about that special bond with Jesse. And he's thinking about, God, what I just did to my niece. It doesn't necessarily lend itself to being smart and doing smart things. It lends itself to sloppiness, which is exactly what happened here. And it wasn't like he led us to the evidence. He tried to get rid of it. Now, when we talk about what happens in Colt's Neck, we talk about the relationship between Keith and Paul, you know, Keith being his younger brother, and the way that he executed it. The years of, I would submit to you, somewhat jealousy. Because Paul Caneiro's mind, he's putting in a lot of work into Square One and EcoStar. I think you saw that from the messages. And I think he feels underappreciated. He's not getting his share, and he's doing all these things for his brother. One can imagine how that can build up. One can somewhat, I'm not excusing it, trust me, but one can somewhat imagine the brother on brother, but like the kids. I can't give you a motive. Financial, otherwise. I can't come up with a motive that would ever justify him or anyone doing that to Sophia and Jesse and Jennifer. So I believe they're overstating the motive, the financial motive. But remember, he did stand to lose a lot. And again, I've already said some of that stuff. I apologize, I'm not an expert with PowerPoint. I'll try my best not to repeat myself. But one of the other things that I didn't say, I talked about the 911 call, and that's Dennis Kapoor, right? And we're going to listen to it, at least to some extent, at 3:30. And ultimately, there was a lot of testimony. When did you call? And remember, he was lying in bed. And ultimately, he says he called. He heard it about 2:26. We know the call's about 3:30. But also remember, he's got to get out of there quick, and that's why, to a certain extent, he's very sloppy. And that's why he doesn't necessarily get rid of certain things in certain places. Because not only do we have the potential for someone calling 911, which actually happened, but we also there's really no reason to believe that Paul Caneiro, when he started the fire in the basement, that he meant for it to, like, smolder, right? You know, like, he set it fire. I mean, he's in a rush. He just killed everyone. He's about to cut the line. We know there's a fire. They're not contending it, but it's like, how did it start? There's a bottle of alcohol in there. There's torch strikers. It doesn't really matter. But what we know from the evidence is that it took hours for that to build up and to grow and to become what it was, which ultimately kind of happened when the Colts Neck police arrived in the fire. They started opening other doors. You saw Dr. Boris open the door. So, like, Paul Caneiro's not expecting that this is not going to be like a reported fire soon. He's got to worry about the fire call, because why wouldn't it go up quickly? I mean, it didn't, but why wouldn't it? And then he's got to worry about the 911. It's important to note is that this case is not about any one piece of evidence. I'm not saying convict him of murders because he shut the camera off. I'm not saying it because the car leaving in the middle of the night. I'm not saying it because I'm going to tell you that Paul Caneiro's outside that garage door in Colts Neck at 2:51 in the morning. I'm not going to tell you to convict him just because of the DNA or even the ballistics. It's a combination of all these things. It's easy after 7 years to say, he didn't do this, he didn't do that. But it's hard to say in this case, impossible, I suspect, to say that the detectives, Petrozello, Zarillo, Brady, Weisbrot, that they didn't follow the evidence. Like, what did you ever hear that should have said to those guys, hey, we should get Corey's financial records. Hey, we should look closer at Elisa's phone, which they only looked at for 2 days. There's nothing there. We didn't get his DNA, ladies and gentlemen.
Objection. So there's nothing there if they didn't look at it.
Overruled.
I didn't mean the phone. I didn't mean the phone. I was talking about there was nothing. I'm sorry, just cut you off.
Yeah.
Can I clarify?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I was trying to say was that there was nothing there that made Corey Caneiro look like a suspect. Like, you've heard nothing other than he's got a motive because he's a contingent beneficiary of a trust that was signed in 1999 when he was a lot younger that he doesn't know about. That's all you've heard. And interestingly enough about that is the fact that they're arguing to you that Corey's got this motive, right? He's got this financial motive. He stood to gain 1.5 million or 3 million, Slayer statue, whatever it may be. But then in the same breath, they're saying that our motive for Mr. Caneiro to do this isn't good. But you can't have it both ways. I mean, it's the same motive, right? It's just that Corey Caneiro has that one motive, and then Mr. Paul Caneiro has all the evidence stacked up against him, the motive because of the trust. And also, oh yeah, he stole from his brother 19 times in 2018. Did you hear any evidence that Corey Caneiro ever stole $1 from Keith? Did you hear Keith call Paul, or did you hear Keith call Corey and say, Corey, where's the money? What'd you do with it? Why are you taking my money? You didn't hear that. So, you don't get someone's DNA. You don't go get DNA just because. Like, you talk about family relationships, right? Dr. Reich, and we'll talk about it. I'm probably getting ahead of myself, but we'll get there. We heard from Dr. Reich about, like, allele sharing, and we all share DNA, and we actually share like 99.8% with family, but that's why we look at certain places, and we know Keith and Paul shared about 72%. But like, all of a sudden, Dr. Reich just throws a column on there that says Corey Caneiro with a bunch of question marks. Yes, we don't have his DNA. But why should we have his DNA? Like, we don't have Susan Caneiro's DNA, right? We don't have Caitlin's DNA. We don't have Marissa's DNA. I mean, could they have shared alleles? Yeah, of course they could, because they're family. I mean, when you did the math, Jennifer Caneiro actually shares like 38% of DNA with Paul Caneiro, and they're not even family. So I don't say that because I'm telling you that Miss Caneiro and her daughters had anything to do with this, to be clear. I'm just saying that it's no different than Corey Caneiro. What if there was a fourth brother? You don't just ask for DNA and send it out because somebody stands to gain something that they don't even know about. Because let's just put it in perspective what we're talking about here. The Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust. Keith dies, money goes to Jen. Jen dies, money goes to the kids, right? The kids die, as Mr. Cardenas told you, it actually goes to the grandkids if they exist, right? Because remember, when this was created, the kids didn't even exist. Jen and Keith weren't even married yet. You think about all the things that actually have to happen before either Paul or Corey could ever see a dime. It wasn't designed for them. Mr. Cardenas told you that. It was designed to benefit the children. That was Keith's intent. So it's a pretty far-fetched argument to make that we should have accused Corey of murder because he stood to gain $1.5 million that he didn't even know about. Investigation. Okay? It's not just about the things I told you, the DNA, the ballistics, and the cameras. They're all very helpful. And I just want to put something in context, because we're here 7 years later, right? And you got to sit here, we put witnesses on, and then they put some witnesses on, and you got to hear testimony. Lieutenant Catalona comes in, he says, I found this, this, and that. And Detective Mahoney comes in, he says, I watched this camera. But, that didn't just happen, right? That's part of an investigation where, it starts at 27 Tilden, and then you go to 15 Willowbrook. That scene's not secure, and then the detectives have to start digging, right? And they wind up finding cameras. And they don't find any on one side of Tilden. I don't know what to tell you. That was testified to that they looked. Did they document? A lot of times people don't document things that they don't find. But they looked. And what we found was 30 Tilden and 308 Green Grove. And it's interesting because I want you to try to keep in perspective that, there's a fire, and then the investigation starts, and then you find out about murders in Colts Neck. And then you start looking at addresses on Willowbrook, and then you start looking on Tilden, and you kind of find what you find. And again, today, you heard Ms. Mastalone say that was Mr. Caneiro in the garage shutting off his cameras. But, that's not something that's ever been acknowledged. Okay, you didn't hear the detectives testify that was Paul Caneiro shutting off his cameras. That's for you to do. But now I think obviously it's clear that Mr. Caneiro is the one who did that. But I want you to keep in perspective that this is a buildup. It wasn't just hey, this guy's the homeowner, we got to suspect that he burned his house down. He was treated like a victim at 27 Tilton in the morning, right? It wasn't until a certain point when they started to go, hey, we got to look at this guy. And they probably didn't even realize at the time how suspicious and interesting the things were that he said to them about the cameras and the DVR and what color's the box and all that kind of stuff. They don't realize that right away. And then we start to look at things that are found that maybe, like, they didn't really talk about it, but like, when we talk about ballistics and why ballistics is important, I think it was on cross-examination, Sergeant Clayton, the ballistics unit, got asked about Fiocchi ammunition, and they started asking, is it rare? Yeah, it's rare. But think about how we go from one place to another. It's not like zero in, tunnel vision, like they're arguing. It's like, hey, we found a bunch of bullets. We found a bunch of shell casings at 15 Willowbrook. And they just all happen to have the same head stamp. They all happen to be the same caliber. And then they all happen to get sent to the New Jersey State Police. And ultimately, they all match each other, right? And then we'll talk about those cross comparisons, about how these are linked to guns and barrels. But Fiocchi ammunition, like you heard, it's rare, right? It happened to be in his basement, a lot of it. And it happened to be at the crime scene in Colts Neck. Same ammunition found at the crime scene as his basement. It's just another thing that's just not a coincidence. When we talk about rarity, again, it's not as rare, though, as some of those likelihood ratios and some of those random match probabilities you saw with respect to Sophia Caneiro as well as him. Like I said, one of the things that I hope to accomplish, one of the things I hope to do justice to today is to make all 16 of you, now you probably already get it because you've been so patient, just understand that no one zeroed in on Paul Caneiro. They didn't, Ocean Police, this guy doesn't have shoes on, he must have done it, right? They didn't even know. You want to talk about swabbing his hands or gunshot residue analysis on his hands? You saw the pictures when the pictures were taken of his injury. It's like 12 plus hours after the shooting occurred in Colts Neck. Like, you're never going to do that 12 plus hours later. He's been to the bathroom, all kinds of things. He's washed his hands, those sorts of things. So just understand, like, if they knew at 5 o'clock in the morning that there was a house on fire in Colts Neck and Keith Caneiro was dead on the front lawn, they probably would have swabbed his hands, right? But like, they can't control what they don't know, and it's a process, right? Investigations are a process. So now we're here. So now we're getting to the point where police respond to 27 Tilden Drive for that fire. Okay, it's about 5:02 in the morning. They arrive there, and the first person on scene, I mentioned him already, is Chris Sorrentino, who you heard from. And Chris Sorrentino, like Miss Mastalone said, he lives right around the block. So he's in bed, he gets the page, and all of a sudden, he jumps in his truck. He's got a take-home car, lights and sirens, because he's actually the fire mechanic for the town. But he says he jumps in his car after he got dressed quickly, and he makes a left, makes a right, makes another right, makes a right on Tilden Drive, finds the house, pulls up, parks, and goes up to investigate. Now, Chris Sorrentino, I would submit to you, is important to this investigation because he's the first one there. Okay? And he told you about how it's dark and that ultimately he gets out of his truck. He doesn't have anything, doesn't have any like fire extinguisher or anything. I think he said he's got his radio. And he goes straight up to the front door of 27 Tilden Drive. Okay? As he's going up the lawn, he said, someone yells, "Everybody's out of the house." He turns around and ultimately it's Mr. Caneiro and family in the Cayenne on Tilden Drive. Sorrentino then goes inside to investigate, and he realizes when he looks through the living room window that the fire's outside, goes back to his truck, probably pretty quickly, right? And he's grabbing these 2 water cans, right? Basically like little fire extinguishers. And now he goes to the back of the residence, to the back right, next to the gas meter, and he attempts to start to extinguish the fire with what he has. Now, you saw this previously, and we're just going to watch it. It's pretty short. But this is ultimately what we're seeing upon Sorrentino's arrival to the backyard and the police have arrived. skip past this. We'll come back to that in a break. It worked last time. Now, one of the things, though, in this video, what you're going to see is this is when you see Chris Sorrentino, you see what he's wearing. He's wearing dark clothing. He's wearing, like, jeans and a hoodie. He's got these water cans. And ultimately, when he gets to the back, and I think at this point he's basically now going to get water cans 3 and 4. And you see from this angle, and basically where this is taken from is a body-worn camera of one of the officers. And he's standing near Marilyn Klein, the neighbor's driveway. Remember, there wasn't any cars in the driveway yet. But what you see here is basically one of the first responders shining a flashlight, right? And what they're shining a flashlight at, ultimately, is that fire that you can see there. And it's probably about 5:05 now a.m. And you see that fire in the rear of the home. I say that because it's been argued extensively this morning and in the past that we ignored Heather Capp and we ignored Jonathan Harrington's information. You know, the 4:30 thing. I'm going to say first things first. We don't tell people what to say. I think that's clear based upon the investigation. We don't try to change times. I never asked either one of them during their testimony, are you sure it was 4:30? No, because that's what they said. It's not right for us to try to correct things that we know are incorrect, but it's not their recollection. So ultimately, I would tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that we followed the evidence. We evaluated, the detectives evaluated what they said, what they saw, what they heard, and they came up with a conclusion. Now, Ms. Mastalone summarized Ms. Capp's testimony. But what I would suggest that you keep in perspective is what is extremely clear. I'm not here telling you that she didn't say 4:30. She did. But what she's very clear about in her first statement to the defense investigators, then to the police, and then at trial was that she hears something. She's in bed, right? It's 4:30, whatever, 5 o'clock in the morning. She's lying in bed and she hears something. And based upon that, she goes, gets out of bed, she says something to her husband, and then she goes and looks out the window. And what she's never deviated from, and she did not deviate from here, is that when she looks out that window, first of all, it's dark. Second of all, she sees the guy by the front door, and she sees the guy pointing the flashlight over by Marilyn's driveway. And she does see people run back to the street after that. We'll discuss that. But when I asked her, when you looked with the guy with the flashlight, did you look where he was pointing the flashlight? Yes, immediately. And what did you see when you looked there? And what she saw was fire. So people are wrong about times. It happens all the time. And I'm not saying it makes her a bad person. I'm not saying she's lying. I don't think she is. I think that that's what she thought at the time when someone came and spoke to her. But she's very clear that one of the first things she sees is a flashlight and a fire. And you know what time that fire started. It shows up on the 19 Oxford Drive cameras at just about 4:57. That's when it first becomes visible. And I'll show you in the presentation at some point, the works, exactly what you can see. Remember there was some daytime footage from 19 Oxford? And you can count. We counted the windows. 1, 2, 3, 4 windows on top 27 Tilden. And then you see kind of the line of demarcation. And when you look at a picture of the house, like a regular picture of the house, you see what you can see on the cameras. And you can see like just about where the fire started. So we know that fire starts at about 4:56, 4:57. And it was talked about it's a gas-fed fire. I think Lightbody talked about it. But gas-fed fires, they go. And that's why we saw that large flash. And then it subsides. But Heather Capp is just wrong about the time. Jonathan Harrington, he actually doesn't see the fire until he goes outside, but he doesn't even look. He doesn't get out of bed. He just hears what he hears. He hears voices. And then he basically eventually gets up, changes, goes downstairs, and makes the observations of the fire, and first responders are already there. So, I get it. I get the argument. I'm not arguing with it. I'm not telling you that they shouldn't make the argument. I get it. But these aren't mystery men, ladies and gentlemen. These are first responders. It's Chris Sorrentino, and I think I may have said it already today, but what I would point out, and I think it's obvious, is that if Corey Caneiro or whoever did whatever he did, and then he came back to 27 Tilton Drive, and he set in a fire, like, at 4:30 in the morning, would he be knocking on the door? Like, why would he be trying to wake people up? It doesn't make any sense. The only person who went to the door, the first person who went to the door, was Chris Sorrentino. And that's what Heather Cap saw. And then she saw the assistant fire chief, who was second, pulled his truck into the driveway. And then we had the patrolman. That video, you've seen it. It's the flashlight and it's the fire. And that's exactly the time, just about, when Heather Cap starts watching what she sees. Now, one of the things, I plan to talk about it, but Ms. Mastalone was discussing the fire, the flash of fire at 501. It's about 501:16, 501 to 26 or 27. And one of the things she said is that, like, Paul Caneiro couldn't have set that fire, right? Because he pulled the Cayenne out of the garage. Now, we showed you that. We know what time Paul pulls the Cayenne out of the garage. We already talked about it. But to argue that he's outside in the street with the family at now, it's about 5:01 and change, right? So then the same people that are there at 4:30, the same two guys, are there at 32 minutes later, and Paul and his family are already out of the house, sitting in the car in the street, and then these people are sticking around to set a fire? That doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I'll talk to you about how that fire got set as we go forward. I think when you watch that video, you see movement around that time on those cameras. You know, Ms. Messalem argued that Mr. Caneiro was in the car with his family the entire time. I think she even said that the state told you they were in the car together. They were in the car together. We didn't tell you exactly what point in time he pulled the car out, parked it, and every single person went into the car. I mean, because, you know, Mrs. Caneiro went in, she got the dog leashes, right? You know, she got shoes and all that kind of stuff. So, like, it's not like everybody's around. Like, it's easy enough to be like, hey, I got the car out. Oh, I left the garage door open. Let me go back over there. Or maybe he lit something when he was before he pulled the car out. It just didn't catch right away. I mean, the fire, obviously, I guess it did. I guess there is spontaneous combustion. We heard about that in ruling out fire. But it wasn't someone else. I mean, Mr. Caneiro and his family didn't see anyone else, right? They never told the police that day that I was over by the garage or I wasn't over by the garage, someone was over there. So, like, we'll talk about that in a little more detail when we look at the video. But we know, based upon the investigation, it wasn't like it wasn't challenged or investigated, but we know that Heather Cap and Jonathan Harrington saw the first responders because we know what time the fire started. And they're crystal clear that her first observations, she sees the fire. Remember, she's on a diagonal across the street, and she's actually kind of looking into the back. The fire's actually, by her testimony, the fire's not even above the roof yet. It's just down. She's actually seeing it from an angle. So that point, ladies and gentlemen, I suspect that's not something that was ignored. It wasn't ignored, and it also is not something where we told people what to say or to change their story, because that's not the way these things work. Okay? And also, I'll get to the point where I'm able to show that video. Can we play that video? Thank you.
You have to switch the table? Is that what you're asking?
Sorry.
Hey, is everybody out of that house?
Yeah, George Street.
Hello? Watch your head, watch your head.
Yeah, guys, moving down the street.
Who pulls that
One
phone?
right out of
See this area right here, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Cap House. And you heard testimony about where the house is. Across the street is the Harrington house. He can only see the front of the house, so he's got to see the fire above the roof. Heather Cap is looking right here. I just want, if it hasn't been made clear yet, just to see how dark it is. Because there was, that whole thing about baseball hats or whatever, black caps. I don't know what to tell you, to be honest with you. I don't know what that means. I have no idea. But I can tell you that from her window, this is what she sees. She sees lights and she sees movement and she hears things. And this is what they're doing.
Nobody's here. That's not gonna help. Hey.
Go. Everybody got it now? Yeah, everything just let you get it. Let's get out right now.
Can we go back to this table? I'm sorry. So when we look at that photo, we just talked about it, but there's 4 windows up here. So when we look at camera 7 from 19 Oxford, this is like the cutoff right here. Right about here, you'll see it from the video. So you're seeing the fire evolving in that classic V or U formation, right around here. So you may not see the first spark of fire, but you're seeing the fire basically shortly after it started. So this is what the police are looking at in 27 Tilton. This is what they arrive to once the fire is ultimately extinguished. And here we're looking at that basement window, right? And what's important to note here, you can see the hoses. It's kind of like when we saw the hoses in the other pictures over by the jeans and everything in the pile. But the fire starts right here and ultimately travels into the basement. And this is right about where you find that pile. So if there's any doubt that someone was trying to destroy the evidence in the basement, the jeans, I think it's pretty clear when you look at it from that perspective. Here we see an electrical panel at 27 Tilton. The one thing you should note, and I know you guys are long become experts on electrical panels and generators, but this has a little JCP&L tag here, right? This is what happens. This is what it looks like when the power company actually comes and pulls the meter. Okay? They keep the case on, the door on, and they put that little lock there. So obviously you'll all recall the gas can. One of the first things that the officers, once they made their way around to the driveway side, 27 Tilton, they find that red gas can. And I know you saw the video where one of the officers, I think it was Mankowski, might have been Redmond, actually extinguished it right away. Right? It's a small fire by the time they get there. You saw it already grow. You've seen the video. You saw the way it flashed out. You saw ultimately the way that it's going to connect with the Macan. There was some cross-examination at some point about, well, didn't Paul Caneiro tell the officers that, that he didn't know where his gas can was. He thought it was in the shed. I just say that because it seemed like that cross-examination was like intimating that he was actually being honest about it. Because he is asked a lot of things by the officers. We know about the DVR and stuff. But they asked him the last time he was in the shed, and he couldn't remember. And he said he had no knowledge of this gas can out here. I mean, I'm not saying that's the smoking gun. What I'm saying is, it's not like if he left the gas can there, he's just going to say, oh yeah, I left the gas can over there like a couple minutes ago. So just for purposes of understanding the cross-examination in that regard. Because when we look at context as to what he said, he said he doesn't know where his gas cans are. He thinks they're in the shed. But he also said, let's just keep in context, that he told the police that morning that he was asleep. The last time he was in the basement was at 4 p.m. the day before. We know these things aren't true. His daughter said she never saw him when she got home that night because he was upstairs in his bedroom. He was. He never came down, right? That doesn't mean he was asleep. Obviously, there was a bunch of cross-examination, a lot of testimony about the shed and the footprints, and what ultimately they found, and there's another 2 gas cans on the other side of the shed, but here's that little space here where the gas can that was found by the driveway could fit. It's just something that, stuck out to the officers at the time. It didn't mean that Mr. Caneiro was the one who took it out of there. It was just something that was noted at the night. But let's talk about what Mr. Caneiro says upon police arrival. He said the last time he was in the basement, like I just said, was 4 p.m. the day before. Now, that's not true for a variety of reasons, one of which is when he shut off the camera by his workbench where all the guns were. You saw that happen at 1:31 a.m. He's on camera when the camera shut off. So we know he's in the basement at 1:31. He says a lot of things, and this is why I think maybe even makes it more important. Obviously, there's a lot of conversation today and summation by the defense about the cameras, but also Paul Caneiro couldn't figure out what to tell the police that morning about the cameras. He tells the fire marshal, Craig Flanagan, that his cameras weren't working. He tells one of the ocean officers that he's been having trouble or having issues with stuff in the garage. He tells Detectives Brady and Weistrot that he can't remember if he turned his cameras off. And then he tells them the thing about the cameras causes Wi-Fi to run slow. There's a big difference between the types of cameras. The hardwired, the only effect the Wi-Fi has, and there was testimony about this, is if they want to watch the app. If he wants to watch the app on his phone for his QC DVR, he could do that. And he could do it through Wi-Fi on his phone. But the Wi-Fi has no effect on that. He shut it off. And it's really, really a damning piece of evidence. Donna, can we take a short break?
Sure.
I apologize.
Can you just move that?
It's like a different version now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. I'll give you about 10 minutes or so. If you need longer, you can take it, and then we'll bring you back out. I want you to stretch and make sure you're good.
Orders back in session.
Everybody can be seated. Ready to go?
Thank you, Judge. Yes, appreciate the time. We're just talking about the things that Paul Caneiro said to police the morning of the fire, 27th. Obviously, these videos and these interactions, they're before police develop any sort of suspicion of Paul Caneiro, right? All these conversations are before they see him shutting off the DVR in the garage. They're all before we see any video of his car leaving. So these police officers and these detectives, they're just trying to figure out if he knows anything about what started the fire. We see cameras on your house. Might be nice to see what we see on them, right? Because we know, and we'll probably talk about it. But you all got a sense of there's 2 cameras by the driveway in the garage. There's one in the front and there's one in the back. So any officer is going to find out, do they show anything? So what happens when those conversations happen?
It's your house? Yes. We're inside all the DVD stuff and the cameras and everything in the house.
It's in the garage.
In the garage?
Yeah.
Where in the garage at?
Walk in the garage and it's all the way up top to the left.
Up top to the left? Do you have them running right now?
I've been having problems with stuff in the garage.
You've been having problems with stuff in the garage?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the DVR for the cameras a white box? You all right? Okay.
I'm not trying to be cute here, ladies and gentlemen. But like, we are talking about Paul Caneiro. We are talking about a guy who is in the tech world. Like, it's what he does for a living, right? You heard from Dr. Gould, his neighbor, that he helped him with the hard wiring of his cameras. He's got all this stuff in his basement. He helped his brother put the servers in. He helps him with the generators and all kinds of stuff. But the police ask a simple question like, hey, where's your DVR? And all they get is, and then he looks to his daughter, Caitlin, who testified. I mean, really, should she be the one answering that question? Like, shouldn't he just say, hey, it's in the garage above the fridge over by right below the camera that's in there? Because there's a camera in there too, as we know. And the next response is sort of like, oh, I'm having trouble with stuff in the garage. And then he gets asked, is the DVR a white box? I don't remember. Like, these answers are they're really probative of his state of mind at the time. Yeah, he's a victim of a fire, so we think at this time. But like, he's just being asked simple questions. And it just seems like he's trying to do one of these. Like, let me back away from this DVR. I don't know anything about it. Could be on, could be off. I don't know. Just remember when they actually download it later, Detective Weisbrot told you that they looked back to see if there were any issues. So, like, it's not like it wasn't investigated. They pulled the video, the DVR, and then they looked back. And you may recall, you may not, it's been a long trial. It ran continuously without interruption since October 15th, 2018. So, like, there's no problem with these cameras. Those access points that he and Dr. Gould had, I mean, that's just kind of like tech guy problems. It's like, my Verizon router's not good enough, so I got a bunch of access points. Like, if you look at that email, he's not saying my Wi-Fi doesn't work. We're talking about a Sense app. I think, and your recollection would control, but I think that ticket with the Wi-Fi or the Sense app I think is what controls the light in his house. So it's like, we're not really talking about the same thing. Like, why couldn't Paul Caneiro just say, hey, my DVR's in the garage, it's a white box or it's a black box? He shouldn't have to look to his daughter for that answer. I mean, she's not the one in charge of the cameras, obviously, but he can't answer the question. And I don't want to belabor it, but it's like really important that he's trying to get away from that DVR that he shut off 37 minutes or so before he left in the middle of the night. Because again, things like that, it's not like he told the police that, right? They want to argue now it's kind of innocuous and we don't know who's driving, but if we didn't look, we wouldn't even have known his car left because he didn't tell us. Cooperative, I mean, he's not a jerk, no doubt, but like, cooperative has a lot of meanings. And like, I'm not sure I agree with that one. The memory. I mean, there are things in this case that you have to look at and you have to say to yourselves, why can't he just give us the answer, right? Keith is just saying, hey, Paul, give me the login, right? Give me the login. You don't know your login, Paul? It's like the same thing as not knowing what the color of your DVR is. I mean, maybe I don't, but he should, right? What he does for a living. He did everything in his house and most of the things in his brother's house. Like, we're not talking about me and him being equals here. But the passwords, I mean, when we think about what he can't tell Keith because he's not feeling well at 6:05 on November 19th, think about, like, why that's important. Because he's trying to hide it. Because then we listen to other evidence, right?
Don't say the name of the bank. I'll give you the info. It's the account number is account name is AEGINA 99.
Okay.
Password is going to be either, it's going to be all lowercase, SUUARE, the number 1705, all numbers, all lowercase. If that doesn't work, try capital S at the beginning, and if that doesn't work, try exclamation capital S. Everything else the same, lowercase, and then there's 4 numbers.
So he can't remember, he can't tell the police where his DVR is, or if he shut it off, or if it was not working properly, or if he didn't shut it off. And he couldn't give his brother the login to the TD Trust account because he didn't know it, he couldn't remember it, or because he didn't want him to get in there. I mean, obviously we see here, this is a phone call that he has December 5th with Tiffany Rivera, who ultimately is the office manager for Square One and EcoStar. So it's just interesting, just something to keep in the back of your mind when you evaluate the idea that looks can be deceiving. Cooperative, because they say he was cooperative, doesn't mean he was cooperative. He was trying to evade. We didn't know it yet because we didn't know the DVR was shut off yet, and we didn't know his car left in the middle of the night. They heard I was asleep, and they believed me, but they continued to investigate.
Mr. Duggar, just 1 second. Can we send that down? Go. Sorry, go ahead.
No, Judge, I'm sorry. When we talk about this, and we'll continue to get into it as we look at these phone calls between Keith and Paul, but we're looking at here the fact that he's spouting off his password to Tiffany Rivera because he wants Tiffany to get in there, into something that like he didn't want his brother to get into, because then we would have had the realization that we ultimately saw with the forging of the bank records and all the thefts. But think about, he can't give his brother the password on November 19th, 2018, about, 9 hours before he was murdered? He murdered his brother? But in 2018, Paul Caneiro logged into the TD Bank trust account 19 times. 19 times. He went into the trust account and said, I'm going to transfer it not to Canada Life, but to myself. Like, there was a lot of discussion this morning about, like, this is a family business, and Keith takes money, and Paul takes money. Yeah, we did hear that. There is that. It's a family business, and they put a lot of stuff on credit cards and this and that. But that was not an invitation for the 10% owner to take money from the trust account. Because, interestingly, why would you kill your whole family? No one could ever do that. It's unimaginable, right? I get it. But like, when you hear the evidence that he's stealing from the trust account and the trust, you know, you probably heard most of the context of like, he's stealing from Keith, right? But he's not stealing from Keith. You know from the trust and from the attorney who came in and testified that when you create that irrevocable trust, you've given up control. Keith had no control. Make no mistake about it. All the things that Keith wanted to know, he wasn't even necessarily entitled to know. Like, by virtue of giving it to Paul, he gave him that access. But we heard about those duties, right? Fiduciary duties, duty of loyalty, you can't commingle. Yeah, you can get loans if you get permission from the beneficiaries, right? I mean, was there any testimony you ever asked Jennifer Caneiro, Sophia, or Jesse, like, hey, is it okay if I take a loan, I'll pay it back? Yes. That was a loose trust. But that doesn't mean that he could just go in there and take it. And there was conversations about paying the money back from April because he transferred it to himself. And then there was some testimony that he then took money from his account, put it back in the business, and it ended up in Greece or something. But really what happens when he's paying it back is it's going to the business, and then Keith is funding the trust again, and then Paul is supposed to send it to Canada Life. We heard expert testimony about the irrevocable trust, okay? Mr. Cardenas explained it, broke it down. We tried to keep it pretty relevant. But understand when we're talking about this trust, like, there's a lot you can do with the trust, right? You can invest it in real estate and all that kind of stuff. But really what this was Paul had one job. And it was Keith funds the TD Bank trust account from his payroll. And Paul clicks transfer. That's all he had to do. But he couldn't resist the access to Keith's money. When we talk about special bonds, you heard testimony about special bonds. Really, the only special bond you've heard about is Paul taking his brother's money as if it was his own. And they're still trying to justify it. Oh, he put money back in, and God knows when he put $160,000 in the business. Well, he owns 10%. I don't even know if that was the buy-in. No idea. But, like, he put money in. Like, Keith never put money in. You know, it's like when we go to the financials and they want to say he's got $50,000 disposable income. Well, they're not counting $160,000 spent on an Amex in 2017 or $140,000 on an Amex. They're not counting, they gave you $25,000 worth of car payments a year, which is probably accurate. But then when you combine the insurance, it's like $39,000. I mean, there are massive expenses here. When we just look at the chart that the capacity testified to. Let's just look at the stuff that you weren't talking about. It wasn't talked about. Woodshire Apartments, that's rent, $2,673. Yardy Service, again, that's the same company that services the apartment in Ocean Township, $3,666. Restoration Hardware, $15,720. Tiffany & Co., $17,714. It's like when we heard the testimony about how like there were all the renovations going on in Paul's basement, right? We heard it just because it was in context of Lieutenant Catalona and the photos, but then some of the defense witnesses were talking about how, they were putting in custom cabinets, right? All the new lighting that you could control from your phone, and all the kitchen, and God knows what. It's like, stop spending, Paul. Stop spending. Like, you don't get to do all these things and then just take your brother's money. And Keith had enough. Like, yeah, Keith was emotionally cursed, right? He was pretty pissed off at Paul, we'll see it. But like, did he give Paul an invitation to take his money? Like, let's not talk like he wasn't in financial distress, okay? Could he have changed his ways and made it work financially? Sure. And it's almost like, are we criticizing Keith because he didn't have disability to fall back on? Like, does that make him a bad guy? Like, everybody should have disability and still be able to work at the family business? Like, because when we talk about later about, I'll stop saying later, it probably makes you nervous, but when we talk about Paul and all the things he stood to lose, Keith doesn't have that fallback, right? Paul has the disability, right? That's what they're arguing to. He's still got $200 and something thousand in disability coming to him. But like, that's not enough. It's not enough for him. He's losing out on all the income that he gets from Square One, right? And EcoStar. But the thing about Paul is, Ms. Wallace discussed it in her opening, is that like, he can't go get a job if Square One and EcoStar go away. Keith got an MBA from Columbia, right? He was planning. That's why he went back to school. Like, is Doris Duke, we'll talk about Doris Duke, is it going away, is it not going away? Like, there was just a lot of uncertainty. But Keith was preparing for it. He had job interviews, and he applied to Amazon and Ben Paolucci. We heard about that. They had dinner that night, and they were saying that he didn't say anything bad about Paul, but there's only certain things that we can elicit from witnesses. That's actually admissible. So they had a conversation where it's true.
I'm going to sustain that objection. Disregard that last sentence. Go ahead, Mr. Decker.
Sure. So Mr. Paolucci and Keith went to dinner Saturday night, which would have been the 17th of November. And before they went to dinner, they were actually at Ben Paolucci's house, and they were on the computer. Ben worked for Amazon, right? And Keith was applying for jobs using Ben's like kind of referral program. And then they went to dinner, right? And what Mr. Paolucci was able to say was that I asked him not what the conversation was about, but what was the advice that you gave to Keith. And the advice that he gave to Keith was stop worrying about Paul and start worrying about yourself and your money and your family. So like, that's the context of Ben. And Ben texted Paul the morning of the fire, right? We know he did. He also texted Keith. And remember, Keith texted Paul too. Like, we know all that. But it doesn't change the fact that he is trying to deceive his wife. Just obviously a picture of the garage here that we're looking at in Tilden Drive. I showed you the photo of the box that powers the DVR. The shed. I mean, there was a lot of testimony about this. There was a lot of discussion this morning. We see the white bucket over there. We know that that was put there by an officer who meant well, and he wanted to preserve a wet footprint, right? Thought he was doing the right thing. Ultimately, Lieutenant Catalona said he got there when he lifted it up and it dropped. Kind of did its job, not what he meant for it to do, but it did its job. Catalona says, though, so when he looks at that slate tile, it's not there anymore. But ultimately, Catalona, though, looks around and he finds this footprint, right? And they argue we didn't take any shoes or anything like that, which there were shoes in the basement in that pile. But Catalona looks at that, and then he actually consults with, I think he testified, Detective Flanagan, who's a little more knowledgeable with footprints, and they basically said that there was nothing pattern-wise that they were able to get from that shoe impression. So, listen, if you believe the DNA, the ballistics, the cameras, and everything else in this case, that's Paul Caneiro's footprint. I mean, that's just the reality of it. He went to get the gas from the shed. He left it on the side of the garage. So I would submit to you, it's not like it's not there. It's just, they can argue that we don't know whose it is, only because there's no way of knowing whose it is. I think it speaks for itself. There's really no other explanation than at 1:28, it says 2:28, but remember, it's off by an hour. Detective Weisbrot testified to that. Despite it running continuously since the middle of October without interruption, all of a sudden, this shuts off as Mr. Caneiro reaches up towards the camera in the system. Do I know if he pulled out an extension cord or if he hit the off button on the machine? No, I don't. Can't see it based upon the perspective. But it is very clear that he just shut the cameras off on the outside. So, one of the reasons I say that is because of his actions, there's a lot that you didn't get to see on the outside of the house. Like, it's hard to argue they don't know who this person was or they don't know what was going on out here, when the only reason we don't know is because of him. So it's like kind of a little bit like interesting that you can cause the problem and then point the finger to someone else. Like, we should have done something better. Sorry, you shut the cameras off. We could never see what was showing on those cameras. But again, we talk about cooperative versus not uncooperative, but like, why is he telling the police certain things? Because remember, investigations, they progress. And police, they get a piece of information and they say we didn't investigate it. But they get a piece of information like, was he asleep? I don't know. Let's figure it out. Ultimately, we know he's not asleep. Just like we knew he's in the basement. Despite being told that, or telling the police that it was 4 p.m. and the last time he was there. So, the police, we heard a lot about canvassing, and I already talked to you about the canvas on Tilden Drive. And there just weren't any cameras on the other side. I don't know what to tell you other than that. But as police are at 27 Tilden and they ask the Caneiros to go to the police department, ultimately, while they're there, and you heard testimony from the daughters, that they learn about something that's going on in Colts Neck. At 12:34, Paul and his family are at the police department, and Colts Neck Police receives 2 911 calls reporting a fire at 15 Willowbrook. The first caller, pretty simultaneous, but one of the callers was Catherine Lucchese. She lived right across the street, 44 Willowbrook. We had the surveillance from her house, and she calls 911.
911, where's the emergency?
Hi, my name is Apothecary. There's a lot of smoke coming out of the house.
What's your address?
15 Willowbrook Road.
15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
And what town?
Colts Neck, New Jersey.
And what's your name?
My name is Kathy.
Kathy, what phone number you calling from, Kathy?
Yeah, if somebody could send it right away.
What's the phone, Kathy, what's the phone number you're calling from? And you know if anyone's in the residence?
I'm calling my neighbor. They're not answering. I don't think anybody's home.
Do you see any flames? Do you see any flames and it's smoke?
A lot of smoke. I can't see if it's a fire. It's on the outside of the house.
What address are you calling from?
I'm right across. I'm sorry. What street you said?
You're right across the street?
I live right across the street.
We'll get somebody right out there, Kathy. Bye-bye.
You noted, you remember from her testimony that she had kids that shared a bus stop with Jesse and Sophia. So one of the first things she tells police that day on the 911 call, and also when the police arrived, is that Jesse and Sophia weren't at the bus stop. Now, I know kind of where we're at now. You've heard a lot of testimony. You've heard arguments from counsel. And it's kind of been like almost like, I think it's sort of presupposed now that like we know when the fire starts, right? We know that, the power gets cut and then the telecom gets cut. But like it wasn't always that simple. It took investigation by detectives and all kinds of surveillance and different things to try to determine when this fire started. So when we look at it, in the perspective of like how the family was being treated at the police department and the like, this is being reported at 12:34 p.m. Like the police have no idea yet that this fire started earlier. It's going to take the generator. It's going to take getting some video. It's going to take, the 911 call from Mr. Kapura. So when we think about the investigation, just recall that it takes a lot of effort to figure these things out, even if now we're all kind of conceding that the fire started at around, 3:42 or whatever, just shortly before that. And obviously, in addition to Ms. Lucchese, we had Dr. Boris Folstein, who lived next door. Ms. Mastalone talked about it. He also places on one call once he shows up, and then he ultimately goes around and finds Keith's body.
Hello?
Hi, I didn't hear your
Hello.
name or what you're reporting, sir. What are you reporting?
Okay. Fire.
Where?
Willowbrook Lane. Willowbrook Road.
What's the
Colts
address?
Neck.
Okay, what's the address?
I think it's 40. I don't know. I think it's 44 Willowbrook.
What's on fire?
The,
What is on fire?
the house.
Where do you see flames coming from?
I see the smoke from behind. I thought that's my neighbor from behind me. I opened the door, and there is a smoke's coming out, and there's a person laying down
Where are they laying down?
on
Can
the
you get over?
property
Can you get over
in
to
front
them?
of the house.
All right, get over
Yes,
to
I'm
them.
coming over.
Okay.
Oh,
Hit it prematurely, but you know what he says. He ultimately discovers, oh my God, there's a corpse. And they're like, what? And he's like, there's a body, it's dead. And he ultimately finds Keith Caneiro, who he knows he can't positively identify given the state he's in with the hood on. Now, police have a fire and they have a murder. They're ultimately going to start making other notifications to the prosecutor's office and different agencies. Fire's coming, but then we start to uncover the scene evidence, and ultimately the electrical panel, and the generator, and the shell casings, and some of the bullets. And it's like at this point, shortly thereafter, that police have this like coming to moment, right? Because we have a fire in the morning, and then other detectives get sent to a fire and a murder in another town, and then all of a sudden they realize, wow, like the guy who's killed in Colt's Neck is the brother of the guy who had the fire. And obviously it's kind of learned pretty quickly because detectives from my office were at both, so that they communicate. But understand the context of like some of the testimony from Mr. Caneiro's daughters in the context of like what was going on and what police knew, because you know that it's not immediate that everybody said Paul Caneiro must have driven in the middle of the night. They didn't know yet. They didn't know the car left and the DVR and all that stuff. So they just have two incidents, and they're actually, I think the testimony is pretty clear. Like, you know, you got people who are victims of a fire, and then you got their family being shot, killed, stabbed, and like they don't know the connection yet. So they're taking precautions. And I'd submit that it was important that morning for the police to speak to the Caneiro family and to try to get information about what happened, because they were victims. They're still victims. They're victims of one of the counts in the indictment, and that you're going to have to decide. The aggravated arson at his own house. You know, they lived there. You know, you heard their testimony. They support their dad. Oh, okay, I get it. We all get it. Okay, but the family photos. I mean, that may have been then. That might have even been the day before. But like, everybody's got that breaking point, right? Nobody knows what's going to trigger. There's nothing that can trigger something like this, but something triggered it with Mr. Caneiro. I will never be able to tell you how he could kill his niece and his nephew. It certainly wasn't for $17,000 on a Tiffany card or something. Clearly. But that doesn't change with Mr. Caneiro. It doesn't change with Corey Caneiro. It doesn't change with God knows who else. That motive doesn't work for anyone. But you hear that testimony because it is relevant. Because it just happened. Let's keep that in mind. Hours before this happens. Hours before Mr. Caneiro's up in his bedroom. Doesn't have any contact that night with either of his daughters and his wife. Sitting up in the bedroom. With the gun. With the laser sight. With the laser light. Like, kind of sitting there probably stewing. Like, you know what, Keith? No more. Like, I'm not doing your freaking chores anymore. Like, yeah, I know I stole from you, but you know what? Deal with it. I'll pay you back when I feel like it. I mean, that seems to be the trigger, the reaction. There's no issue like that with Corey or anybody else. Like, that's not a coincidence. You know, you don't get yelled at by your brother at 6:05. You don't get accused of stealing by your brother at 6:05. You don't shut off your camera at 1:28. You don't then go down to your basement and shut off the rest of your cameras at 1:31. Your car doesn't just miraculously leave at 2:07. It doesn't just miraculously show up in Colt's Neck and then miraculously come back at 4:08. It's not a coincidence. That's called evidence. I won't belabor this. You heard the testimony from Dr. Zhang and Dr. Toma. I'm not here to show you more pictures. I didn't do that because it's fun. I didn't want to make people react a certain way. You need to evaluate this evidence free from emotion. They've told you that. The judge will tell you that. I'll tell you that. You know, horrific. Horrific. But if you think he didn't do it, he didn't do it. I suggest that would be outrageous. to believe, based upon the evidence in this case. But don't do it because of emotion. What happened is horrific. And she didn't deserve that, and he didn't deserve that. But I want to prove this case to you, as well as prove this case to you, beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm not sure what else we can give you by way of physical, tangible evidence. Anyone who gets backed into a corner by DNA, ballistics, cameras cutting off, the car leaving in the middle of the night, they can all go, he did it. Anybody can go, Corey did it. We ask you to be fair to both sides. I would suggest to you that when the evidence suggests that only one person could have done this, then the obligation as jurors would be to follow the evidence and the right verdict, which is ultimately going to be that, as unfathomable as it may be, he did this. So we know that the bodies are all pulled out. It's horrible. Obviously, that scene was terrible. I'm not sure I agree with the representations that it was such a bloody scene, right? There was blood everywhere. I mean, there was fire everywhere. We saw the blood in the kitchen, and Detective Cordoma testified about the bloodstain pattern analysis. And yeah, the swabs were the bloodstain was done in 2018. The swabs were taken later. I don't even know what the testimony really said why. I don't really know. It doesn't really matter because they're just swabs with blood. If the DNA was degraded, you would have known it. You would have seen the numbers. They wouldn't have been able to. There wouldn't have been enough quality or quantity to come up with results. But they did. They're single source samples. Like, okay, they were taken later, but it doesn't change the fact that it's Sophia and Jesse's DNA. And it doesn't change the fact of what that means. Detective Cordoma, like, in his conclusion, he talks about how, and we tie his testimony in with the DNA results, but when we look at the door frame going into the kitchen, Sophia's blood. We go around the island. There's a handprint and some blood. Jesse. Then you go continuing north, a little bit west, to the area where you saw the picture where Jesse was found in the kitchen on the ground. There's some blood there, and you would assume it's Jesse's, right? Because Jesse's found lying there. But when we found out is that swab that was taken from that area, it's actually a mixture. It's a mixture of Jesse and Sophia with like really high DNA results. They're in the PowerPoint. But then moving on a little bit east along the kitchen island, underneath the sink, there's another DNA sample taken, and that's Sophia. So in the context of what's going on in Colt's Neck, there's this running around the kitchen. And what are we running for? What are we running from? And Sophia, you know where Carmelo Lamarca, the firefighter, you know where she was found going up to the second floor on the landing. She's there, her mom's a little bit below her by the basement stairs. She's found there dead. But she was bleeding in the kitchen. What was going on? When we think about that in the context of where is Jennifer Caneiro's phone? I'm not sure I understand why that's so important. But you have to understand the context of what was Jennifer Caneiro doing? What was she responding to? Her husband had left the bed, right? He went to investigate why the power's out. Presumably she woke up either when he left or at some point she realizes the power's off and he's gone. Maybe she gets up to look for him. Maybe not. Maybe she hears gunshots and then goes to get him. Is she worried about her phone? Is it maybe just in her bedroom still in the rubble with the Tiffany boxes? I mean, you saw that testimony. I mean, they don't dig out the master bedroom because it's not anywhere near the point of origin. Cordoma told you they dug out the basement in the area of the closet, right? They dig it out lowest, try to find lowest visible signs of fire. U patterns, V patterns, all that kind of stuff. But this wasn't a robbery, right? Are we trying to say it was a robbery? It wasn't a robbery. Think about it. The photo of Keith Caneiro when he's lying on his front lawn face down with his face in the dirt. His phone's sitting in his pocket. His wallet's sitting in his pocket. His phone's right next to him. Like, nobody took his phone. Nobody took his wallet. This isn't a robbery. No one took Jennifer Caneiro's phone. Could they have looked for it? For sure. For sure. If they look back now, they would have gone up to the master bedroom and they probably would have found it. Could they have gotten phone records? Sure. But you can't search something you don't have. So I don't understand exactly why that is, because think about the context of what was going on when she left her bedroom and what she found. She ultimately, obviously left the room, went downstairs, and at some point she encountered someone who shot her, stabbed her a few times, shot her, and then moved on to the kids. So, like, the phone, really? You know, obviously it's important. Again, like I said, I think we've established the timeline. We've probably done a lot of talking about timelines. I got one too. I have no problem with their timeline, 0. But again, when we talk about investigation and like, did they do this? Did they not do this? Did they do this? There's a lot of work that goes into building that timeline. Like, it starts with, you know, Keith Caneiro dead, and then you find the casings, and then all of a sudden you find the meters ripped off, right? And then you talk to the firefighters. Anybody rip that off? No. Go to the generator. Anybody shut it off? No. It's like, what's going on? And then it takes time. Like the Wise cameras, you don't get that right away, right? You don't get that video of someone out there from 235 to 251 creeping outside the house. And they're talking about why it takes so long, 15 minutes, right? From 235 to 251, when again, the power shuts off miraculously. No coincidence. Are we seeing a pattern here? But they argued to you this morning that, like, if he's such a tech guy and he knows Keith's house so well, which he does, why did it take him so long? Well, I'd submit when he goes the way of the generator, and you'll see the video, all he's got to do with the generator is shut it off. I mean, he knows the generator. You know, Tyler Badaracco, the fire chief, who's also an electrician, said that this is not like where most people would turn off the generator. And he went and shut off the actual the master switch. But he was saying that that's not something that like many people even know is there and how to shut it off. But that doesn't take him long because Paul knows the generator. The way he knows everything in Keith's house. But the electrical panel is different. That's not really like an expertise. That's like brute force, right? You got to figure it out. You got to have something on you to rip that door off, right? And somehow you got to rip the tag off, and you got to rip. I don't even know exactly how it works, but it's not as quick as just flipping a switch. And you hear it. You hear it on the video when we watch that Wise camera from the garage. You can hear that like banging, you know, like before the camera goes off. All of a sudden you hear like throughout. I mean, the sound's not always perfect, but you can hear it. There's manipulation involved. It's not quick, you know. And he's also sitting out there. If you think about it, he's got to get the power off. But he's also then waiting. Like, I don't think he wanted to wait, let's say, 27 minutes for Keith to come outside, right? He didn't want that because that's really what happened. He shut the power off at 2:51. He's got to wait for Keith, but he's not going in that house. You know, he's not going into that house until there's no men left in that house. That's the reality of that. Keith never saw those shots coming. But so that electrical system and the Verizon information, it's all part of the process of figuring out the timeline. Because it's not like it's always been like, oh, it's a given that the fire started here. I mean, we saw the cross-examination as trial progressed, and I think even when we were talking about the timeline and, you know, the property, I think at some point the questions were even like, okay, there's the Macan at 228 or 428 or whatever it is, the second video. Like, all of a sudden now it's like, okay, it is the Macan. We just can't prove to you who's in it. And obviously you can't see inside the Macan, right? We know that. I mean, there's nothing I can do about this, nothing you can do about it, nothing anyone can do about it. It just is what it is. But is it a coincidence with all these other things, or is he really just driving the Porsche? But obviously we see the evidence related to the generator. You've seen these pictures a million times. That's the generator. But these are just little pieces of information that they learn quickly in the investigation in Cold Snap. They can't go in the house right away, right? You know, they're still putting out the fire. Detective Cordoma and others told you that the scene's got to be made safe. They had to put the beams in downstairs and the supports in downstairs in the basement to make it safe. But as they do that, the detectives now are kind of focusing on like, all right, we got these two incidents. Let's canvass in Colts Neck. Let's canvass in Ocean Township. And again, they didn't zone in on Paul Caneiro. This is just what the cameras show. Starting at 30 Tilton. See the blinking of lights up here? That's Mr. Caneiro's driveway. .207, which would be completely consistent, we watch later, with 19 Oxford, when you see Mr. Caneiro's car pulling out of his driveway. This is the second camera of 30 Tilton. This is the Porsche Macan driving in the direction of the stop sign at Green Grove Road. I'd also note that when you look at the taillights, and I know there was, remember there was some circling of taillights and things, because it wasn't always a given that that was Mr. Caneiro's car. Like, we got this, but maybe we didn't yet have the 19 Oxford, which shows it's his driveway and the car's leaving. But it also wouldn't have showed exactly which one. So we paid a lot of attention investigatively to the style of the taillights, and also used that to try to link it to some of the video that was in Colts Neck. This video is kind of, I would submit to you all that when police obtained this video, this is where the sirens went off. This is like the moment where it's like, he's not sleeping. I don't even remember if we knew he'd shut off the DVR yet, probably think we did. But then you get this, and it's like, I don't need to slow this down for you, just watch it for yourself. Obviously, that's the Porsche Macan that just left 27 Tilton Driveway at 2:07 a.m. heading north on Green Grove Road. We have the video, obviously, from 308 Green Grove. This is the other camera showing the front. Where here we're going to see the stop sign. Start to see the tail lights that are pretty distinct. Again, it's just camera 2, which basically shows that 30 Tilton car goes past there, goes to 308 Green Grove, and now is heading in a northern direction. Bringing us to 85 Willowbrook, which was down the street. From 15 Willowbrook. Here it says on the camera it's 2:23:53, and it says Paul arrives at Willowbrook 2:27 a.m. So as you'll recall, there was some testimony from Detective Mahoney about the fact that the camera was about 3 minutes slow. Obviously, that's one of the videos where you have to do things like look at the tail lights and look at, maybe slow it down. And I would submit to you that, throughout the course of this trial has been conclusively established as being the Porsche Macan. Now, 44 Willowbrook, this is Miss Lucchese's house. She provided the cameras, just the 911 caller, as we just talked about. Here's like that car slowing down at the end. Based upon my review of the video, obviously it's something that you all need to make that determination. But it appears to me, because obviously there's a lot of testimony about where the car would have parked, that driveway that's to the west of the Caneiro property. And I think the one thing that we all agree on, that we've always believed that obviously Paul Caneiro didn't park in his brother's driveway when he went there at, 2:30 in the morning. There's no other place to park and try to avoid detection, potentially from anyone driving down the street. So I don't think there's any doubt with respect to where Mr. Caneiro parked his car. Obviously, might as well just touch it now because we're here. There was some cross-examination. First with Mahoney about that 867 Route 34. So that's the house they talked about this morning. It's the house behind Keith and Jennifer's house. And Mahoney was asked about it, and there were some questions about whether it was documented. But then when Petrozello testified, Lieutenant Petrozello said it's actually 867 Route 34, but the address is Route 34, despite it being behind Keith's house. And Mahoney had previously said, I didn't get the cameras from there, but someone went there. I think someone got it. And then Petrozello came in, and instead of having like a gotcha moment, he explained, yeah, we got cameras from there. It's a Route 34 address. And ultimately, we looked at it, we didn't see anything. Counsel for Mr. Caneiro played a little small portion of it, and you can basically show what it doesn't show. And you can see the gate doesn't shoot very far down. But that's what the cameras show. Like, it's been talk about they didn't do this and they didn't try to get cameras here, but they asked about the cameras and it almost seemed like we were being accused of not getting them. And then Lieutenant Petrozello says, we looked at them and that's just what they show. So that's one of those things about the address of 15 Willowbrook, some of the arguments that are made about that driveway and what's over there. And there was that one picture I think they've shown in the past. It's like an overhead. Don't really need it, but it's an overhead of 15 Willowbrook. And they show that little driveway to the west for that 867 address. And they also show that little pathway on the front lawn, like right before the driveway. It's like a little cutout. And then, they were kind of suggesting with some witnesses, I think, that like a car could have gone that way. And that's true, obviously. You're not going to park in the middle of like Willowbrook, leave the car running when you go and kill people. But one of the things that Petrozello said when he was asked about that is that, yeah, he was aware of that entrance, right? Or it's not really an entrance. It's like an opening between trees on the front lawn. And he said one of the reasons I'm aware of it is because we used it. Like law enforcement actually used that to drive vehicles on the lawn during the course of like fire suppression and the coming days while they're investigating the scene for 5 days or so at Willowbrook. But in that regard, we'll talk about it probably again, but it's a large property, right? You saw Willowbrook, it's a big house. I mean, it's a big house, and it's a big piece of property. But when you look at that overhead map, and maybe I'll pull it up at some point, think about getting out of the basement, going up the stairs, going out the side door where the door's open, right? He leaves that door open, probably to lend some hair to the fire, I would gather. This is one of the reasons, sort of like he said at 27 Tilden, like when they closed the garage door and opened it, he was like, I was afraid that air was going to do something. He made some comment like that. But when you leave, you start the fire, and you cut the line, you start the fire, and then you got to get out of there. We talked about how you got to get out of there quick, right? That property is not that big. I mean, like we could estimate it, but it wasn't measured by Detective Vogt or anything, but maybe it's like from here to wherever you guys go downstairs at the end of the day in a straight line. It's not that far. There's no way that someone who just murdered 4 people can't get out of that basement, run across the lawn, jump in a car, and then be on this camera at that time. Like, it's not really a gotcha. It just completely makes sense. It's kind of like the argument about, well, Zerillo and Petrozello told you that they had to go to Pennsylvania to talk to Corey Caneiro, right? Because he didn't drive at night. That was the testimony. They drove to Pennsylvania. They met with him. Then they argue that, like, oh, he can't drive at night, but hey, the morning of the fire at Paul's house, he could drive over to 27 Tilden 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever, in the dark. As if they're the same thing. As if driving from Pennsylvania at, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night is the same thing as driving from Fairhaven to Ocean Township to help your brother. He brought him money. He took them out for bagels. That's all you have. So it's like, oh, he can't drive at night, right? He asked him to come over. That's what you have. So let's just keep that in mind. And we're trying to tarnish something that has no evidence. Now we're at six minutes after that ONT line is cut. He runs across the property, jumps in his car. And remember, this camera's right there. Like, the driveway that we're talking about would be like right over here. So it's not like he's, if you remember from Miss Lucchese's cameras, when you looked at him during the day, remember she was over here, and she's on the phone, she's calling 911, and you can see she's got the round driveway. And like, you could see directly across to 15 Willowbrook, the property. So all you're doing is going here, getting in your car, and then going here. So that timeline is not anything other than completely consistent with getting the hell out of there. We got the Porsche Macan at 348, heading back to Ocean Township to run 308 Green Grove. It's going to turn left on Tilton Drive. Now again, we see this is the camera again that we talked about before. This is like the conclusive shot that this is Paul Caneiro's car. Car passes 308 Tilden, or 308 Green Grove heading toward Tilden. Now it's on the two cameras from 30 Tilden. Then we're going to look up in this area. Once the car passes, we're going to see the area of the driveway at 22nd Tilden. Just about 408, or just after 408, Mr. Caneiro's car has passed 30 Tilden, and now he's pulled into his driveway, which is ultimately going to be corroborated by the 19 Oxford cameras. Now this is just a visual comparison you saw during trial. This was just Mr. Caneiro's car leaving, 20750, and this is a picture of the car at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office facility later, showing that that's Mr. Caneiro's car. 408, returning, same photo. And we talked about the lights. Part of what the investigation determined real quick, that the loaner, the Porsche Macan, which is part one over here, had a taillight out, okay? So the light over here, when you watch on the video, there's a light over here that's on. This one's out. So you see on this side, there's a light here and a light on the side. And then we have these kind of long, elongated lights that you can see distinctively on those videos. So again, this is something that needed work to be figured out. Now, again, in the context of investigation and what we learned and when, and why he would need to flee the area so quickly, once the investigation started in Colts Neck and they get the generator and they get the casings and they get, they begin the origin and cause. But shortly before that, while they really can't do anything that day, Detective Zerillo, if you'll recall, he runs like the call sheets from the night before, just because I guess he usually does that in the morning. And now all of a sudden they have this incident. And ultimately he uncovers a phone call in the middle of the night reporting shots fired. And that's where ultimately police are able to track down the 911 call from Mr. Kapoor. And that obviously was something that was very interesting because, you heard the testimony from Detective Cordoma about the slow burning fire. But again, that's not necessarily something conclusively that's that easy to establish unless you have other information uncovered by the investigation like the ONT line and the generator. So the timing of that, it's going to become the question of is there a coincidence between the timing of electricity loss, shots fired, and then ultimately, the fire itself? So that's where we get to the 911 call from Mr. Kapoor.
Colts Neck Police, Operator Ward.
Hey, how are you?
Hi.
Question, do you know hunting in the middle of the night in Colts Neck or not?
No, you're not allowed to hunt anywhere in the middle of the night. Are you hearing gunshots?
I heard gunshots, yeah.
Okay, where are you? Let me send somebody to the area.
Following St. Rivers.
Okay, you don't see anything, you just hear it?
I was in bed and clearly I heard thump, 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 and then one boom. Just clearly a gunshot.
Okay, absolutely. We'll send somebody right over to the area. You said you can't see a car or anything that would be involved or anything like that, right? It's pretty dark.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Okay. What street are you on, just so we can get a reference point?
River's Edge.
You're on
If I could face River's Edge and Following. So
Okay.
probably way out. Just when you see me.
And how many of them did you hear?
It was five.
Five.
And then 2 secondary and 1 more.
Okay, let me send somebody to where you're at there. Can I just get your name for my record?
Dennis February.
And what's your telephone number, Dennis? Just for my record. We're not going to call you.
That's okay, you can if you know it too.
Okay, and you don't want to speak to an officer. You just wanted the area checked, right?
Yeah, I don't care. I think it would be, if it was something that we took out of Dia, still put it over in 5 lane. I just don't want anyone else getting shot.
Yeah, let me just double check and make sure. I don't think if it was an officer putting down a deer, it would go off that much. And I don't see them doing anything right now. Yeah, so it's not an officer putting a deer down. All right, we'll send somebody right out. Thanks so much for reporting it, Dennis. Have a good morning.
So obviously that's something that's uncovered, which leads kind of to the realization of initially fire doesn't start at 12:34, right? It's just when it's discovered. It actually occurs. The murders and the fires actually occur hours earlier than that. It's just for whatever reason that fire just didn't catch very quickly, and ultimately the introduction of oxygen by first responders and firefighters ultimately had that fire go from X to Y very quickly. We talked about the cameras, obviously, a lot. We talked about how they nitpicked Marino and how he unplugged this and unplugged that. But obviously now we're looking at a situation where, just from the perspective of, we got shots fired at 3:26. We got a fire call at 12:34, right? And we got murders. Now we're looking back as the investigation is beginning, and it's like we got all these, we got his car leaving and coming, and now it's starting to make sense as to why is this guy shutting off his camera at 2:08 when we have a shots fired call at 3:26, 3:30, starting to make it look like there's not just an issue with this camera. It's starting to look purposeful. It's a buildup, and it's the police following the evidence, the surveillance. We're not at ballistics yet. We're not at DNA, but they're following the evidence, and it's like, shut off the camera, leave in the middle of the night, shots fired, car comes back, fire at my house, oh, and yeah, shut off my cameras so you can't see anything. That's before, ladies and gentlemen, that's all before DNA. That's all before ballistics. That's all before figuring out that the guy's up in his room practicing. Because when you look at it in the context of the defense, that the arguments that being made today, obviously, you know, we listen to Mass Stallone. Obviously, we respect defense counsel. We've all worked well together during the course of trial. But when you look at what they're trying to argue to you, it's really that Paul Caneiro, for you to find anything other than he killed everybody, he would have to be the unluckiest man in the world, because he would have to shut off his cameras, get framed, but then not be able to prove you got framed because you shut off your cameras. Like, it's really kind of hard to sink your teeth into that. Talked about the cadaver dog, and now we just talk about from the perspective of, by shutting off the cameras, you know, the 4 cameras outside, the one above the DVR in the garage, and then the 2 Wi-Fi. What you, ladies and gentlemen, and what we, as the investigative team and the state of New Jersey, missed because of what he did at 1:28 and 1:31 in the morning is we missed who took the gun out of his padlocked gun locker in the basement, right? All the guns are kept there, they're locked up, right? I don't know how anyone's getting in there with that lock on there. You saw the lock in the pictures. Who got in the Macan? Who backed out of the driveway? Who then came back after the murder spree downstairs, right, where all the guns are kept, swap the barrel, take the barrel out, put the old barrel back in, lock it back up in your locker, right? Who transferred that go bag into the Porsche Macan? Like, remember, when you watch the camera, the DVR in the garage, when he shuts it off, it's staring at the Macan, right? So that's just another thing that, like, when he popped the rear of the Cayenne and put the bag in it, we would have seen it. But because of what he did, we can't. But I don't know if seeing it would be better than the fact that he just shut off his cameras so you wouldn't see it. I mean, we could probably debate which one would be more important or more probative of his guilt and all the hindering efforts. Who buried the bloody clothes in the corner of the basement? You know, again, we've been criticized about, like, transfer and all this stuff. But, like, you would have saw it. If you didn't shut off the camera, you would have seen it. Who went outside, set the fire? Who tried to torch the Macan in the driveway? That flash of fire. The one camera is staring at the Porsche Macan. He shuts off the camera because he's about to do these things. Because here's where we're looking at the Porsche Cayenne. With the backpack, right? We got the barrel. We got the knife. We got the FLIR. He's got multiple spare phones. I could show them to you. We need to. I'm not saying he used spare phones to plug the FLIR into so he could see better. I'm not saying I don't know. I don't know if he did or not. But he had it. And it's like, why is all this stuff in the bag? Why is it in the bag? Why, if he's being set up, how the hell did Corey get his passport, his driver's license? He's got every one of his daughter's savings bonds. You know, like Mrs. Gould, I believe it was, and also Caneiro testified about the bag, right? how it was like an extension of his wallet. He always had it with him. And Miss Gould said it was always in, I think she said, the car. Now, do we think if that's even true? I don't mean to be demeaning, but if we think that that bag is really an extension and he always had it on him, he never went anywhere without it, do we think it was always in his wife's car, or do we think it was always in his car? I mean, if he's got that backpack with him a lot of the time, it's probably going to be in his car. Now all of a sudden, you know, the neighbors come in and saying, oh, he always had the backpack. And the daughter says, he's always got the backpack. It's like, you know, Caneiro's versus the world. And all these different things that the people came in and said that just seem to be convenient with some of the state's proofs. But again, his backpack, what is he doing with all this stuff? The bag's found on November 20th. The bag's in the car that got pulled out at 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, when, if he was really sleeping and he woke up and he's a victim of a fire, how the hell did he pack a bag? Because he had to have just done it because the barrel's in it. So, like, we know that there was time between 4:08 and when the fire's discovered. And the fact that he's waking everybody up, shoeless, look at me, I didn't have time to put shoes on, kind of thing. It's just perpetuating a fraud. And there's no way that that whole thing was set up. Again, the other camera that we would have seen, the storage locker. I don't mean to belabor it, but like, it's not so much that he shut the cameras off, it's what they showed, or what they would have shown had he not shut them off. That's where he keeps all his guns. That's where the gun is. This is where the murder weapon is. Right here. The other one with the laser sights is up in his bedroom, but this is the murder weapon in here. It's a locked storage locker. How is Corey getting in there? How's he getting in there? How's he opening it? How's he opening it again to put it back? You know, why would Paul shut off the camera showing Corey putting the gun away? Because it didn't happen. It didn't happen. It's the ammunition. This is the Fiocchi. We didn't bring all of it in. We have, you know, a sampling of it. But again, when we just looked at what the other camera showed by the workbench where all the guns was, where we would have seen the locker and putting it away. Now we're looking at this area over here. We're looking at the area. The window well is right here. We see a dresser. We saw a bunch of pictures. But this is the way it looked at 1:31 a.m. This is what that, like, soup of articles Ms. Mastalone called it this morning. It didn't start that way, right? This is it. It's not until he comes home and sticks all that stuff under there and then sets the fire right here. You can even do the right angle. Fire set right here. So, tempting to destroy this. But we can't see, because the camera shut off, all the jeans and the scarf and all that evidence that's tucked underneath there. So, you know, is it a mess? Is it burnt? Is it, you know, wet? Yeah, it is. But were you able to get DNA results for Sophia Caneiro? RMPs also, like huge random match probabilities and large likelihood ratios. It didn't affect Sophia's DNA. I mean, they want to get away from Paul's DNA, even though there's a bunch of results there. But like, okay, like we'll talk about how those are reliable. Dr. Reich, you know, how many samples did he agree with me and say, yeah, that's a reliable result. Yeah, that's a reliable result. But I don't know why they're not worried about Sophia Caneiro's DNA being on the jeans, right? In the basement. Like, I mean, again, before we found out financial stuff, you know, we already knew the cars, we already know the DVR, but then all of a sudden, end of, I think it was November, like 28th, 29th, 2018, like, we start to get some DNA results. And like, what do you do, ladies and gentlemen? What are you going to do if the jeans with your DNA inside, so like, I don't care what size they are, he wore them, Okay, that's clear. He wore these jeans. They have his niece's blood all over them, and Jesse's. And it's not just Star Mix, it's not just Bodie, because there's testimony that state police used, traditional binary DNA to get Jesse Canero's DNA right here. So, you want to talk about the evolution of it was my brother because they didn't get his DNA, or, the Wi-Fi wasn't working, my camera didn't show up. I mean, what else are you going to do? There was some cross-examination and there was some discussion today about, set the lights thing, about, we heard on cross-examination that there was 2 pairs of jeans. You're going to have pictures too. This is S231C. This is, I would submit to you, and you're going to have it. I'm not asking you to believe me. This is your job to determine whether or not there's any degree of believing that these in the same pile aren't just a portion of what's missing from these jeans. I mean, maybe there's no way to conclusively tell. I don't really see any difference in coloring. I think we were looking at photos before, and in photos maybe there's interesting colors. But to me, you're missing a label here. You're missing a label here, partially burned off. You can see actually the top portion of what's there appears to be missing. And then you got the label right here. I mean, first of all, if there was 2 pairs of pants, first of all, what's the difference? There's also a t-shirt, a long sleeve shirt. There's other shirts. But second of all, it just seems like a grasp. Wow, we found the smoking gun. There's actually 2 pairs of jeans. There's one. And you can obviously, ladies and gentlemen, anything I say is in evidence, okay? I'm not asking you to just believe me because I'm me, okay? I'm trying my best to explain to you what I think and Miss Wallace thinks about what the evidence shows. And I suspect that that is an attempt to try to create a second person who's involved theory. Again, we won't know if there was 1 pair thrown into that pile or 2 because he shut that camera off at 1:31. This again is just the area. You've seen the photos. You saw what it looked like to begin with, and you saw what it looks like now in this photo, S1A110. And ultimately, that pile has been significantly reduced given the effects of the fire. We traced that hose from the outside. Now you can see it from the inside, exactly where that point of origin is. I keep pointing over there, but you're all looking over here. I'll get the hang of it. This is the basement window right here, so we're looking right outside. Okay? Fire, pile of charred articles. Just another angle, so we see that dresser over here. This is the area, and this is the point of origin of the fire, just basically within or just outside the window. Again, just another photo of what we're looking at. Why are there so many gloves? I didn't realize there were so many gloves. There's a lot of gloves in the basement. He did have a bunch. Paul had a lot of gloves, black nitrile gloves, on the workbench near where all his guns were. He cleaned guns. I mean, I get it. It's no problem. I don't know why there's so many here, or at least it's being alleged there's so many gloves. I mean, he probably put multiple gloves on, right? And he probably took them off the same way I would. That's why there's testimony with the DNA. It's like, we really don't know what's inside, what's outside, because, this would be the outside if it came like this, but it could actually be the inside. There's a bunch of gloves because he's trying to not get blood all over him, right? He's trying not to leave fingerprints on anything in Keith's house. He's probably using multiple gloves, and ultimately, I think you'll find that he's using that scarf wrapped around the knife, stabbing Sophia, because we know from the DNA, and we knew this early on, that Sophia's blood is on the handle of this knife. You've seen the knife. I'm not going to belabor it. Wraps the scarf around his hand, with the nitrile glove. And that's why that facial injury, slamming into her face, pierced her brain. God help me. That's why I got DNA off the handle of the knife belonging to Sophia Caneiro. Again, just showing you what you would have seen. That's the camera up there. And we got the Porsche Macan with the fire damage right here. And obviously we know he shut off his cameras, and obviously we know that Dr. Gould is his neighbor behind him, and police were able to get camera footage from 19 Oxford. We start with, again, you've seen it. I don't want to belabor this stuff, ladies and gentlemen, but I have the burden in this case to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Caneiro committed these crimes. And if I left anything out, or if I went too fast, or if I rushed through it, I wouldn't be doing my job. So I appreciate your patience in this regard. But obviously we're looking at 206:14. And again, we didn't know Paul Caneiro left in the middle of the night because he didn't tell us, right? So police have to get the footage and then ultimately have to make the observations that they make. Blue 719, obviously we're watching the car backing up, K-turning, and approaching the end of the driveway in Tilton. And then it's going to head towards 30 Tilton, 308 Green Grove, right onto Green Grove. But again, obviously it's not something that we get immediately. So now, 40817, we're going to try to confirm the rest of the cameras, and we're going to see Mr. Caneiro driving his vehicle into his driveway at 408. So after a 2-hour absence from the driveway, in the middle of the night, Mr. Caneiro's back at about 4:09.
Mr. Decker, I'm going to stop you for a second. Caneiro, we were in the middle of the state summation, so we'll continue on with that now.
Can I have the back right table, please? Thank you. Morning.
Morning.
We left off yesterday. I think we were at the video camera 5 from 19 Oxford. So I'm going to play that with respect to Mr. Caneiro's vehicle returning back from Colts Neck. Now, we've already seen 308 Green Grove, right? Down the driveway. White, Porsche Macan, black stripe, right? Passes 30 Tilton. We saw the flickering of the lights at 30 Tilton in the direction of 27 Tilton. So now, from 19 Oxford, from the rear, from a camera, as you can see here, we probably never expected to see what we saw. I mean, because when you look at the vantage point here, we're talking about a very small area, right? Where you capture just a portion of that 27 Tilton driveway. Because you remember from the daylight video, there's those trees there. But by the grace of God, we actually see that light right there. As you'll recall, remember when we saw the pictures of the garage, the two garage bays of 27 Tilden? There's three lights, like three sconces. One on the left, one in the middle between the doors, one on the right. Okay? So what we're looking at here, right here, kind of like where we saw that flash of fire previously, that's the light. Okay, so we're going to play that. So now we've seen the white Porsche Macan, the one being driven by one person and one person alone. The person coming back with the jeans, with the gloves, with the scarf, with the gun, with the barrel in it, not yet out of it, is pulled back in his own driveway. Now, we talk about timing of the fire. Remember, we talked about Heather Kapp and Jonathan Harrington and when we can actually see the fire start. Now, we're going to see the video starts at 4:54. I'm going to speed it up a little bit because we know that that fire is going to start. It's now 4:56:32. And remember, these are just lights on the back of the house. Go over by the garage, right? What we're going to see, remember, we have 4 top windows when we look at the daytime. We got a window over here, we got a window here, window here, window here. And then that 4th window is right about here. The gas line and the basement window would be just barely outside of that frame. There, 4:57, in about 10 seconds, we see that gas-fed fire, right? Because that basement window is right next to the gas meter. There's accelerant and the gas line, right? We got the gas from the gas can, we got the accelerant, and then we have the gas line right next to it. So we know exactly when that fire takes off, right? Because it's going to flash here, right? And then we'll see from the next video, I believe it's the next video, when we look back at the driveway, you can see the flash, and you see the flash, but then it comes down, right? So that's the initial, the emanation, the beginning of that fire at 27 Tilton. So now we're going to see the same thing, 4:57, from the driveway view. We're going to see that flash, and then we're going to see it come down. Running it from 4:56 and 40 seconds. You see there's obviously some activity outside here, some lights on. But there we go. Move it again. Well, this is going to be about 2 minutes before Mr. Caneiro pulls the Porsche Cayenne out of the garage. There, 4:57 and 10 seconds. that fire lights up the rear of 27 Tilden. We start to see Dr. Gould's back deck, right here. And here is kind of like where that tree line is, and the driveway is right here. So think about, in some ways, how lucky we got to actually capture that driveway, right? I mean, there's no way, even if he set up the cameras at Dr. Gould's, that he ever would have realized that that camera is going to pick up his car at 207 and 408, and the fire started. It's just unfathomable to believe that we catch that little area here, right? See? Fire now. 457, 53. It flashed over for about 40 seconds, and then it subsided. Same way we saw it on camera 7, right? So now it's 4:59:50. We're looking at camera 5 again with that small area over here, right? That driveway. We're going to see the Cayenne being pulled out of the garage by Mr. Caneiro. Here we go. He's backing it out, because there's 2 cars there, right, by the one bay, and then he's got the opening by the garage, by the bay closest to Tilden Drive. So now he backs up, right, and then he pulls out forward the same way he pulled out at 207. So again, we're just looking at that car backing up, right? It's going to back up and essentially do a K-turn, right? It's the way you got to get out of that driveway, the way he's got to get that car out of that driveway. It's 5 o'clock in 5 seconds. The car's now heading out to Tilden. The car's going to park on Tilden Drive. And think about where that car parked on Tilden Drive, right? It actually, he pulls out, we don't see it on the video, he pulls out and then he ultimately pulls it on the street right in the area of Cap and Harrington's house, right? So now, Miss Cap didn't specifically tell you that was Paul Caneiro's car, but that's Paul Caneiro's car that she saw in the street between Harrington's driveway and her house. Same place it was, remember, when Chris Sorrentino's running up to the front door, hey, everybody's out of the house. Paul Caneiro's car. You just got to put it into context, because sometimes when people watch things in the dark, they don't know what they're watching. Sometimes it takes a combination of evidence to kind of put it together. They said a lot yesterday that we can't show you Paul Caneiro in the car. We can't show you Paul Caneiro in the house at 15 Willowbrook, right? We don't see him running down or out of the house at, let's say 3:42, 3:43 in the morning in Colts Neck. But the only reason we can't show you that is because of him, right? He cut the power in Colts Neck. He cut his own cameras. So when we talk about did they find houses to the west on Tilden Drive, and they didn't look or they didn't document, he didn't show you any cameras from the west side of Tilden, the other way out, right? You saw all those maps and photos and everything. But any camera that would have been over there that wasn't, would have shown us likely nothing, because nobody goes that way. But it would have showed you the same exact things that you could have saw from the 4 cameras outside of 27 Tilden Drive. It's a little hard to understand how we can be blamed for not having more footage when the best footage, the best evidence would have been his own cameras that he chose to shut off. And the only reason, ladies and gentlemen, you shut those cameras off is because you don't want anyone to see what you're about to do, what you did, and what you did after you did. It's extremely telling. There is no good reason, zero, in this world why somebody shuts off their cameras at 1:28 and 1:31 and then leaves the house for 2 hours in the middle of the night. His car, he's driving, You know, we talk about being framed, right? And all the things that we didn't find. And we talked about how, no matter who did it, they didn't leave a lot of evidence in the car, right? In the Porsche Macan. Like, there's no blood, except for the residue or the odor that's detected by the canine, Creed. Whoever was in that car, and I just would submit to you that there is no doubt in this world that it was Mr. Caneiro. But the one little piece of evidence that was left in there that wouldn't have been all that noticeable, actually, Lieutenant Catalona didn't even seize it the first day when he searched the car. Remember when he takes the photos on the driveway? This was found the next day. It's a little piece of a black nitrile glove. Okay? Like, okay. Right? Consistent with the burnt gloves by the gas can, right? Consistent with all these gloves here. It's actually not that many, it's 6. But like, if you're trying to frame someone, you're trying to set someone up, first of all, I said it already, you're probably going to try to leave some blood in that car, right? I mean, it makes sense. You're probably going to leave the barrel in the gun. It makes sense. You're probably going to put the backpack in the murder car, not in your wife's car. But if you're trying to set someone up, this is the best you can do. Leave a little piece of a broken glove, probably from when he tore it off and threw it in the back of the car, in the storage area, exactly where K9 Creed hit. I mean, that's not getting set up, ladies and gentlemen. That's just trying your best to not be sloppy, but still being just a little bit sloppy because of what he just did and the effect. No matter what you think of Mr. Caneiro, the effect that what he did to those little kids had to have had on him. Had to have. Now again, just point of reference, maybe it's a little thing, maybe it's not. But the car pulling out at 207 here, out of the driveway, pulls out exactly the same way that he pulled. He pulled the Cayenne out at 5 o'clock. Maybe it's a little thing, maybe it's not. It's just another little thing that adds up with the gloves and the DNA and the ballistics and the cameras being on. And the camera is actually being on, showing you turning them off, right? I mean, that's important. Now, we talk about some of the defense witnesses, particularly now we referenced the cameras, so let's talk about Dr. Gould here, okay? Dr. Gould, obviously friends with Mr. Caneiro. He told you that Mr. Caneiro, which you knew already, he's tech savvy, that's what he does for a living. He talked about, helping out with electricity and helping the guy who did the wiring with the lights and helping Keith out and all the work that Paul did at Keith's house. All the things that Keith relied upon, and part of the reason why he's collecting that salary from Square One and EcoStar. He told you about Paul being a gunsmith, and I'm not going to belabor that. I'm not going to reiterate the fact that I told you that he owned these guns lawfully. We're not asking you to hold that against him. But there's a reason you heard about the guns, because Dr. Gould told you he can take them apart. He's a gunsmith, he cleans them, he does all this stuff. Like, that's exactly consistent with bop, 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 bop. Bop. Even Dr. Gould eventually got curious, right? He eventually got curious. I asked him, did you watch him before you gave the videos, before you gave them to the police? And he hadn't. But at some point, he actually had to bring him back because not all the footage was on him, so he actually had to bring it back. I think it was Detective Melody. But I asked him, did you eventually watch it? And he was like, yeah. And he even saw Paul leaving, 2 a.m., Paul returning at 4 a.m. And I asked him, because we were looking at a photo, right? I showed him the photo of Sophia and Jesse and Jennifer and Keith. And I asked him about Keith's hair, and I asked him about Paul, who's got hair. Keith was bald. And then I asked him about Corey, just because, why not, right? Brought up Corey, right? Didn't want to talk about Corey. What's Corey look like? We'll talk about why that's important later. I shouldn't have to prove that to you, ladies and gentlemen. He has nothing to do with this. Nothing.
Objection.
Come on up. You know what, it's overruled. It's definitely not an objectionable thing. Go ahead.
Again, all this goes to the fact is that they told you Mr. Caneiro was cooperative, how he talked to the police at the scene, and he was spoken to by several of the ocean patrolmen. We're really just trying to figure out what happened. Why is there a fire here? We're just trying to figure it out. And, you know, he's telling them that he wakes up, he's sleeping, right? He's talking about, and even his daughter said it, that he was upstairs all night, not really being the family man that he was described as. He's just up in his bedroom from, what, like 4:30 that day until all of a sudden a fire he wakes up to. It's just all inconsistent with the evidence that you're hearing in this case. Now, when we talk about the background, the financial motive, the build-up with Paul and Keith, again, I'm not standing here saying that it should have been enough, right? Murder doesn't always or rarely makes sense. But, did we follow the evidence or did we ignore evidence? Did we try to see the communications, between Paul and Keith? Did we just stop after we heard that devastating phone call between Keith and Paul at 6:05 p.m. on November 19th, 2018? About 9 hours before the murder? No. You heard from Detective Miglioretti. He read these messages, and I'm not gonna read them all for you. I believe you'll have them. But we need to understand kind of where this all starts. And you've all heard about April 2018. A little hard to read here, but what we're seeing is April 11th, Wednesday, April 11th, 2018. And this is basically Paul getting caught stealing from the trust, right? Keith was obviously trying to inquire. You can see Mr. Artigas and Mr. Weinstein are included because they're trying to figure it out. Yes, it was brought up yesterday, and it's true. There were times when the trust was not funded properly, right? There are times with businesses where maybe Keith didn't have the ability to throw $7,800 a quarter to the trust account. That happened. But what they didn't say to you is that, and I said it yesterday, he's got one job as the trustee. One job. This is not like managing real estate assets and all this kind of stuff. He's got a life insurance policy. Pay the premium. That's all he had to do. And listen, if Keith doesn't fund it, like in past years, if he doesn't give the $7,800 that quarter to the TD trust account, then no one is blaming Mr. Caneiro for no one is saying he has to pay out of his own pocket. That's not the point. It's just, when the money comes to the TD trust account, that bank account, just click transfer. Think he can handle that. He knows his password. You heard it yesterday. The only time he ever forgot his password, of the 19 times when he transferred the money, not to Canada Life, but to himself, he never forgot his password, right? Never. It's like shutting off your cameras. It's like, Keith, I don't remember my password. Why do you think Keith's so frustrated? Keith's like, I'll even log in, just give me the password. But he can't give him the password. Take it for what it's worth. Take it for what it's worth. But Keith wanted to know where the hell the money was. And he couldn't get an answer. And he said, I don't know exactly what Mr. Paul Caneiro was saying on the other end, but we know by context that Keith is saying, you got 2 hours, let me know. He's trying to be a little bit sympathetic, bless you. He's trying to be a little bit flexible, right? Despite the months and months of thefts and where the hell is the money? He's giving him 2 hours. And he says, 8 o'clock, Paul. But you never heard anything about any other communication, right? There's no other communication in this world ever for the rest of time, except for Keith texting Paul at 3:14 through 3:18, because despite his anger and his frustration, justifiable frustration and anger, he still needs Paul. But here, what's interesting about this is, like, it's an admission that I took the money, right? It's an admission. Remember, he says I selected the wrong payee. He says it went to my daughter's student loans or whatever. Like, Paul's admitting that he stole from his brother, right? Sorry for all the confusion. I've had my head up my ass. But he's still not accepting responsibility, right? He's still saying that I accidentally took your money. I sent it to the wrong page. Now, we know that's not true, right? Because you saw the bank records. Detective Bassender came in here at length and testified about all this stuff. He didn't select the wrong page. He paid himself. And there's a lot of talk about him paying it back and all that stuff, but, like, the reality is he didn't pay it back. It just went to the business, and then Keith transferred it back to the trust account, and then he took it again. Because you will hear, if you want to call it paying back, if you want to say he reimbursed, whatever, were there times when he stole in the past and reimbursed? Sure. Does it make it right? I mean, he didn't tell Keith he was stealing before he paid it back. He didn't ask the beneficiaries, Jen, Jesse, and Sophia, obviously not Jesse and Sophia, but he didn't tell Jen, hey, I'm taking a loan, because that's what he would have needed to do, according to Mr. Cardenas, in order to take a loan. These are not loans. It's just straight up theft. And again, I said it yesterday, but when the judge ultimately charges you on the law and he reads to you about theft and misappropriation, and on the verdict sheet you're going to have some choices on theft, the allegation is $78,000. But playing with the money and looking at certain things and where certain things went in a family business, we're going to ask you to find between $500,000 and $75,000, not above $75,000. That's absolutely no issue whatsoever. But it's not the point. It's not about the money. It's about the trust. Like, think about 1999. Keith Caneiro decides, I want to create an irrevocable trust. And in order to do that, you need a trustee, right? And it's kind of ironic that it's so obvious what a trustee is, right? It's someone that you trust with your money and with the obligation of doing these things. But again, just transfer the money. Just click transfer. Send an e-bill or whatever the hell you have to do at TD Bank. But he knows how to do it because he's done it in the past. He knows how to transfer money because he transfers it to the TD Bank trust account to himself. It's not that complicated. But that trust ultimately, over time, it eroded. It started to go in a lot of different directions. And ultimately, you saw that trust was gone as of 6 o'clock on November 19th. But we need to look a little further. Look at the messages. And here is essentially, this is just like it's the same time, April 11, 2018. It's just a little more of a complete message, and it's maybe a little more of a direct message to Paul, or from Paul to Keith. And he says, what they're talking about is, yes, I went to bed early, I was shot, I figured out why there are payments missing. I selected the wrong payee from my list and made them to Pacific Lending, the servicer for student loans, instead of Pacific Life. Now, you saw the bank records and the summaries and the charts. That's not true. What he did was he made them to himself. He's just telling Keith that I made a mistake instead of saying I stole from you. I mean, he says, I changed the name of the account to the trust, so this will not happen again while this account is still open. Well, he had Canada Life in his bill pay for TD Bank a long time before April 11, 2018. We go on. I'm selling off some of my investments today, and once the transfer is completed, I will make a single payment plus interest to the trust policy. I'm sorry about that, and we'll make it right. Let me know when you create a new trust account with Bonnie, that's Jennifer's sister, so we can set up the direct deposit from payroll. I can pay the balance of the existing trust account and then close it. I didn't sleep most of the night trying to sort this out. There's nothing to sort out. He stole from his brother. That's what you need to sort out. Is it bothering him? I don't know. I don't know. It didn't bother him enough that, let's just assume they're correct, that he paid the money back in April, at the end of April. Let's just assume that's not like just a circular payment and not a reimbursement. Or let's assume it's a reimbursement. The reality, though, is as you're going to see in the next couple slides, and you've heard the testimony. Obviously, you've all been paying attention. That has been very clear. Is that after this mishap, after I had my head up my ass, I'm going to make it right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, what he does is makes exactly 0 payments to Caneiro Life for the rest of 2019. What he does is just continue to take, culminating with the last theft, the last transfer from the trust account to himself on November 19th, 2018. Remorse? No. Just like preservation, like, let me just get Keith off my back for a little while, right? He's stupid. That's really what he's saying. Keith's not going to figure it out because he can't access the trust account, because that's the way it's supposed to be. It's really, Keith, I'm sorry. Keith was upset about all this, but sorry, Keith. Unfortunately, you don't have control anymore. He's got control. But it doesn't mean he can steal. It doesn't mean he can commingle. It doesn't mean he can take loans without the beneficiary's consent. Okay? He's talking about them changing the beneficiary. You heard some of that stuff. There was some talk about making Bonnie the trustee. I'm sure Keith wishes that actually happened, but it might not have been as easy as Mr. Cardenas said to you. Well, it's not that easy. So it never happened. I mean, I wish it did, because maybe we wouldn't be here. Okay? It didn't happen, but he knew that Keith was kind of done. But he continues. Paid nothing back. Doesn't make another transfer to Caneiro Life ever in the history of the world. He tries now to cover his tracks by doctoring the bank records. Which, let's just remember this as we talked about thematically yesterday about how investigations work. Like, we're talking about bank records here that, like, we don't get, like, immediately, right? We don't just, like, go, hey, there's a trust account. Give me the bank records. What happens is the detectives that are investigating this, Detective Bassender, who was doing the financial investigation, Detective Petrozzillo, and Detective Zerillo, they met with Steve Weinstein, right? He's the accountant for Paul, he's the accountant for Keith, he's the accountant for the businesses, and ultimately they sit down, and Weinstein's saying, yeah, Paul would send me the bank records, right, like an accountant. Because remember, part of the trust is like, there's like gift tax implications, and Weinstein said, I got to get the records so I can, because Keith was able to, I don't understand it all. I'm not going to claim to. But basically, Keith had to account for gift payments. Basically, the transfer of the payroll he's allowed to account for it with the IRS and his taxes as like gifts, right? You have an allotment every year, whatever. And so Steve Weinstein, the accountant, had to like reconcile all that, right? And he's telling the detectives, yeah, Paul, Paul's making these payments to Caneiro Life. Here's the records, this and that. Ambassador's just gotten the records from TD Bank, and she's like, what the hell's going on here? I got the real TD Bank records, and then I got the ones that Weinstein got from Paul Caneiro, and they look different, right? Like, doctoring bank records is no different than shutting off your camera at 1:28 in the morning. It's just not. It's the same thing. It's just like hindering an investigation, okay? It's just trying to be smarter than everyone else. I would submit to you that you heard a lot of testimony about the special bond between Keith and Paul, and, Keith was Paul's person and all this stuff. I don't know why I heard that so many times. But, like, I submit to you, based upon the evidence in this case, particularly this evidence, that he thought Keith was stupid. And he thought that this was his operation, despite Keith owning 90% of the business. Because we look here, we look at April, okay? And we see right here on April 9th, 2009, there is a transfer showing up from TD Bank to Canada Life Assurance, right? Okay, and now we're going to look over here at May. We're going to see on May 1, these are the records that Mr. Weinstein got, right? And it says 501, May 1st, TD Bank bill pay, $5,000, Canada Life Assurance Company. I don't know how well you can see that. But the first record that he ever gave to Steve Weinstein has the word assurance spelled wrong. ASSUARANCE. His first, literally, the first doctoring of records right here has the company name spelled wrong. Okay, let's keep going. So now we're looking to compare May, what we just talked about with the misspelling over here, to the real bank records from TD Bank. And what we're seeing is not that it went to Canada Life misspelled Assurance Company, 5,000. 5,000 went to TD Bank checking account ending in 3837. I'm sure you remember that that's Paul Caneiro's checking account at TD Bank. We go to June 1st of 2018. Fake records, real records. Here we see 618, Mr. Weinstein's looking at this, and he says, this time actually, Mr. Caneiro spelled assurance right, okay? But it shows that he transfers $7,500 to Canada Life, right? Weinstein takes a look at Detective Bassner's records over here, and he sees $7,500, same date, right, 6/18, June 18th, and it says, not Canada Life, but Paul Caneiro's bank account. And when we look here, we talk about funding, and I said it a few moments ago, but I don't know if you could do the math, but you look at all these transfers in, J. Martin payroll, EcoStar payroll. That's Keith's payroll going to the trust account. So, I mean, you could do the math. You're going to have this. And I don't know exactly if it adds up. But all we're saying is that any money that Keith put in that account for Canada Life was supposed to go to Canada Life. If it wasn't $7,800 and it was only $7,200, then put $7,200 in it. Don't take it. Oh, well, he only gave me $7,200. He's $600 short, so I'll just take it myself. That doesn't work. Now we go to July. Again, we see on the fake records, well, this part's real. J. Martin, EcoStar, all these transfers in. Periodically, the payroll, 500, 600, 500, 600, etc. And Mr. Caneiro allegedly pays $4,500 to Canada Life. But when we look at the real records, lo and behold, that $4,500 goes from the trust account to Paul Caneiro's account. August, we see on the left side, doctor's records, right? And you see these check marks. It's actually Weinstein. He was like going through it, and like, as an accountant, he's been working with this business for years, and he knows their books and everything. But like, he's trusting Paul. Like he gave him the records. It shows it's going to Canada Life, right? Shows it's going to Canada Life. Shows it's going to Canada Life. But it's really going to Paul Caneiro. Paul Caneiro. Paul Caneiro. And Steve Weinstein's not getting the records from TD Bank. He has no interest in that account. He's relying on Paul Caneiro, the brother, the trustee, to provide the records. It's not until Keith, Jennifer, Jesse, and Sophia are dead that Steve Weinstein has any way to know that this is just a perpetration of fraud by Paul Caneiro on his brother. Had Keith had these records and Steve had these records and Ron Artigas had these records, there wouldn't have been all that scrambling on November 18, 2018. No, Keith, you heard it at 4 o'clock. Like, he's actually trying to give Paul the benefit of the doubt. Like, what's going on? I've been on the phone all day trying to figure it out with Canada Life. And the problem is that, like, Keith and Ron and Steve, like, they're not the trustee. Like, you might be the accountant, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to give you the records. You heard at one point, I think, Artigas had to call and actually say he was Paul Caneiro because he was just trying to figure it out. But this is what's going on. This is what's going on. Again, just in August, we see all this money that's supposed to be going to Canada Life, and it's not. And is it a big deal? Is it a ton of money? No, it's not. But it's about trust. Did he trust him? Was he sick of him? No, they're both sick of each other. Keith's sick of getting stolen from, and Paul's sick of having to deal with, in his mind, this BS from Keith. As if, like, Keith shouldn't have just had some faith that the money he's setting aside for his kids is just going to be there. Now, if there were times when it wasn't funded, so be it. That's not Paul Caneiro's fault. It's probably not Keith Caneiro's fault either, but it is. I mean, he's the one funding it. But it doesn't make that right. And again, when we talk about a lot of the evidence that you heard recently with who Paul Caneiro is or who he was, it's just not consistent with the investigation. I'm not saying that his family or his friends knew about this. They didn't know he was doctoring bank records. They didn't know he was stealing from Keith. But it's the reality. It's the investigation. And it's not tunnel vision. It just is following the evidence. And the evidence is right here. Okay, little things. Bank records. Cameras getting shut off. DNA. Ballistics. Your niece's blood in your basement. It's easy to say, oh, well, DNA can't tell you how it got there. Well, we would have known how it was going to get there if he didn't shut the cameras off. Like, you don't need the DNA people to tell you that, you don't know how Sophia's blood got on there. I mean, we do. I mean, she did have 17 sharp force injuries, and his genes has blood all over them. But again, the whole argument, like, we don't know how DNA gets there. We don't know how ballistics gets there. Well, in reality, we do. It's just that forensic scientists can't tell you. They're not involved. They get a pair of genes, right? They get a pair of genes, and their job is to say, let's cut this, let's swab this, and let's see what we get. The investigation, the detectives, the evidence tells you how it got there. And the reason it's there, her hair on the scarf, God help me. Blood on the jeans, blood on the gloves. You know how it got there. You know how it got there. There's no explanation, okay? So to argue we don't know how it got there, the only person to blame for not knowing, or let's just say not knowing, we know. We just didn't see because we couldn't see him put the bag in the car. We couldn't see him take the clothes off and throw them underneath the pile. We couldn't see him starting the fire and then the other fire. Because those very cameras were shut off. If I say it once, if I say it 10 times, I'm sorry. But like, when we look at where the cameras pointed and what they would have shown, it is so obvious why they were shut off. So September, we're going to see that the tensions start to build in September. We got the doctored records, 1,000 going to Canada Life, 300 to Canada Life, 1,000 to Canada Life, 1,300 to Canada Life. And then we see the reality. Transfer to Paul's bank account, transfer to Paul's bank account, transfer to the joint bank account of Paul and Susan, which she had no idea, and transfer to Paul's bank account. This is all Paul Caneiro. Zero respect. And I know I said it once yesterday. I'll kick myself. I don't make sure it's clear. When I talk about this transfer from TD Trust to his own bank account or the joint bank account, he's not stealing from Keith. He's stealing from Jennifer, from Jesse, from Sophia. So, if anyone could do this to their family, to do what we saw in those horrific pictures, isn't it more likely that it's the guy who's already stealing from those very people? Like, I'm not saying that justifies it. I'm just saying that it's not unfathomable that he doesn't really have that special bond that you heard about. Like, you know, Sophia or Jesse's on his back in the pool, and he's stealing from them. He's stealing from their future. And he's hiding it. He's covering it up. But he got caught. He got caught. But he only got caught after the murders. No one really caught him, except for April. He got caught, but he lied about it. The investigation into the fire at 27 Tilden, into the murders at 15 Willowbrook, really just unveiled the fact that he was stealing from his brother, and he was trying to cover it up. We talk about the escalation. These are Google Cloud messages from Keith to Paul and Paul to Keith, etc. Keith saying, this is total bullshit. You have time to email me when you need money for your insurance. Remember, he asked if he could put the $5,000 and change for the car insurance on the business, right? Because that wasn't normally covered by the business. And this is the conversation about that. Keith is saying, this is total bullshit. You have time to email me when you need money for your insurance, but you don't have time to follow up with me when I'm fucking dealing with an issue that affects our only large client, that being Doris Duke. Don't put your insurance on my card. I'll find my own fucking employee and put my own fucker advertisement out. Keith, question regarding the insurance payment. So now he's like, he's pissed because he's got to pay the insurance on the company, right? $5,000. Like, and I think at some point he says, I actually did it for you last year too. But basically, Keith's like, now Keith's kind of stepping back, and he's kind of going back into his, all right, let me try to help my brother, right? Let me see what I can do. And he's basically saying, why can't we pay it monthly, right? Why do we need to put $5,000 on the credit card? And Paul says, interestingly, despite the $60,000 of disposable income he has at that time frame, he's saying, because it's late and I don't have the cash right now, I had to pay for Katie's admissions and I was not expecting that. And then Paul says, I went to pay it and the check bounced. And he says, I'm late and I received a cancellation notice. So they're not going to take that monthly payment, the insurance. They want the whole thing. They've already told him they're going to cancel his car insurance. So he's asking Keith for help, which is fine. But let's just not say that he's got all this money lying around, okay? Despite the renovations and all that stuff. Keith's trying to help him out, but he's saying, I'm done paying you anything for a salary. You are on your own. And Keith says, I just put $150K into this business. Your kids are done with college. I need to start saving for my kids' education. Unfortunately, no, he didn't. Unfortunately, he didn't have to save for his kids' education because they're never here. They're no longer here. Now they're talking about September 17th. They're talking about EcoStar, the sale, right? Listen, they both went back and forth. I'm not asking you to. We're not giving you the rosy version just because it sounds great. Okay, they're back and forth about EcoStar. But I think what you see from these messages and from the evidence you heard is ultimately that, like, Keith realized that, like, first of all, EcoStar wasn't making a lot of money. Okay, they're 50-50 in EcoStar, but EcoStar's like not really making a ton of money. Like, they got a lot of employees. They're doing pest control. It's not a cash cow. It's not $125,000 a month that they're getting from Doris Duke. Okay, like, that's money. Okay, like, that's even paying people. They're getting money from that. Except remember, Keith's getting 90, Paul's getting 10, because it's Keith's company. But they go back and forth with EcoStar. If we can get $850 for EcoStar versus, so he said he wanted to wait for $1 million. It's not exactly what he said. If we can get $850 for EcoStar versus $1 million at the end of the year, I'll wait. Otherwise, let's settle. I'm done. I want out. If I could get a decent job in the marketplace, I would just fucking walk. We know he was trying to do that. Now, Doris Duke, I'm going to talk about it in a minute. But, like, I'm not saying, we're not saying that, like, he didn't want Doris Duke to renew. I mean, even in some of those proposals where it went from, like, $125,000 a month to, like, $96,000 a month, like, Keith will take that. And let's be clear, like, Keith could have a job and Square One could still exist. Like, he's not going to Doris Duke every day and doing the wiring and the IT work. Like, he's the boss. Like, they'll take the $95,000 a month if they're willing to do it. We'll talk about what Ms. Bassey said about that ultimately. But let's continue with EcoStar, because we know if I could get a decent job in the marketplace, I'll just fucking walk. Now, we know from Ben Paolucci that, like, he is legitimately looking for jobs in the marketplace. The guy's got an MBA from Columbia. He's run a business for, like, 30 years. I mean, the guy's got some qualifications. Ben's like, hey, there's probably some great jobs for you at AWS, like the cloud services of Amazon. And that's what Keith's doing, like, 3 nights before he dies. He's looking for jobs. You are my brother. I'll help you out as best I can, but I'm not doing this. I mean, if you could ever, obviously I never met Keith Caneiro or Jennifer or Jesse or Sophia. But, like, if you could ever kind of sum up what Keith Caneiro stood for, what the evidence in this case showed you, is you are my brother, and I'll help you out as best I can. But, like, you can't do it anymore. You can't carry it. Keith's got to worry. He's got young kids. They're not even in high school yet. They're not even close to college. They're trying to figure it out. Like, I got to worry about myself. You heard all the conversations, like, maybe I'll just, like, sell EcoStar, I'll put that money towards my mortgage. I need a big mortgage, but, like, he's thinking about just, like, dumping it in there, trying to get rid of a mortgage, so that even if he has to take a job for, like, less money, he'd be able to make it work. Like, he's thinking about that stuff, which is exactly what Mr. Paul Caneiro is not doing. Okay? We continue. I know that, Paul. That is if Square One is a going concern. If it isn't, if I lose my only big client, we are done. Which is the reality. I mean, they lost Doris Duke, we know that, but they lost Doris Duke. Primarily, we know it was done because of what happened here. They finished out December, but then the company, Doris Duke wasn't bringing them back. I would suspect, and I would submit to you, that Doris Duke was not bringing them back anyway. If you listen to Ms. Bassey's testimony, she wanted cheaper. She wanted a lot cheaper, and they did good work. He was good. Keith was good. The company, Rob Block, they were good. They did good work, but they were not cheap. $125,000 a month for a nonprofit. They were looking for that AWS style type of treatment, right? They were looking for that cheaper, that cloud based. Okay, it was where the times were going. And Keith and Paul, they're both smart. Keith knew where the market was going. I think you heard that. Like, everybody kind of knew that, like, the modern day IT stuff wasn't going to always be exactly the same. And kind of what they offered wasn't necessarily what everybody was looking for, especially for $125,000 a month. Keith, I need to start thinking about paying for my kids' college. We know that. And putting away money for retirement. I don't have insurance policies to pay me if I don't work. You heard that yesterday. I mean, Keith doesn't have that crutch, right? Paul does, but when you look at the income, the disability wasn't going to be enough for this guy. At least it wasn't going to be enough to satisfy the 3 Porsches and the Tiffany and the restoration hardware and the two trips to Colombia in 2018 and $800 whatever for the Audi that he was paying, in addition to the 3 Porsches and the Jeep. This guy's got big expenses, and it's starting to crumble. That house of cards that Ms. Wallace told you about in opening, we stand by that based upon the evidence in this case. We're not going to over-dramatize it, but, like, it's reality. You have that, so figure out a way to restructure things to live within that. He's trying to, like, be like Paul. Cut down the expenses, like, deal with it, plan for the future, but he doesn't want to do that. I'll do what I need to do to ensure my kids will be able to afford college without giving them loans, which is exactly what you did. hey, can you check with Block to see where he is with that information? So this is November 5th. So this is like the build-up to Keith having to go meet with Doris Duke and Guli Basu, right? So basically, Keith's trying to get together the information, because they're asking questions and stuff, so he can go and present to Doris Duke and say, like, here's what I got, here are the options. You saw those 3 emails with the proposals. The 6-year option with, or 4 years or 2 years, like, if I know anything based upon what Ms. Basu said and the evidence in this case, if they were going to get that contract back from Doris Duke, maybe it was for a year. Maybe. That woman who testified in a year was not signing a 6-year contract with Square One. I think that if you recall that testimony, that's abundantly clear. You're asking Rob Block, who you heard from. I also want to see if we can do something to get cash from EcoStar. So he's bringing it up again, right? Like, he wants to get rid of EcoStar. I mean, he's not going to sell it for $200,000, but if he gets a decent number, he wants out. It's just aggravation. In case Duke doesn't renew, okay, Paul says rest, we can talk tomorrow. Keith, I'm thinking that if shit really goes sideways, I cash out my 401k and insurance and get rid of my mortgage. I just said that. That's exactly what he was looking to do. Even if I lose money doing that. So he's not really concerned. He just wants to be able to get a job. Like, he just wants a quote unquote, like, this is not to disparage the family business, but he just wants to go to work every day and actually maybe report to someone who's responsible and just kind of like do his job and go home. Get a paycheck and go home. Not have to worry about payroll and where it's going and whether it's getting to where it's supposed to be going. Like, he wants a little more simplicity in life, it seems like. Paul says relax. That's what he always seems to say. Yes, he's calm. Is he level-headed? I submit he's not. But he's calm, right? Because he's trying to keep Keith at bay because he doesn't want Keith digging. Okay? He doesn't want him digging because when Keith digs, bad things happen for Paul Caneiro, and ultimately, bad things happen for Keith and his family. Let me see if we can get a call going with the people interested in EcoStar tomorrow. Even if it's 900, I would do it. Paul, fucking relax. He doesn't want to get rid of the business because, let's just say 800, right? He gets 400,000, right? He owes money to the IRS. He owes money to credit cards and blah, 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 blah. Like, that money is like, he's better off with an EcoStar credit card than he is with 400,000. That's just going to go like this. It's going to be gone in weeks. Okay, so understand that. Understand the expenses. It's not just like, sounds great, right? Hey, we sell the business, I get 4, you get 4. Okay, but, you know, there's money that needs to go elsewhere immediately. So it's not going to get the job done. He needs that piggy bank. Go to sleep. We don't need to do this. We don't need to do this tomorrow. We don't know. Paul says we don't know what the future is. Well, that never a truer statement was made. And Paul Caneiro says we don't know what the future is. I know what the future is, Keith says. They're going to cut to 2 people. I'm going to have to kill the new guy that we just hired. When he says kill, he's talking about fire the guy they just hired. Again, 90-10. Doris Duke. I'll keep it brief. You saw that Keith, I think it was November 13th, he meets with Guli Basu and Peter Simmons, who's like the CEO or LO or whatever it is. And he basically says, all right, after the meeting, like, Guli says they discuss finance and like, we want it cheaper, we want it less. They don't want less people. They don't want Square One to go from 3 to 2 techs that are in the office every day. They just want it cheaper. And the only way Keith can really make it cheaper in his mind is to go to having 2 people go there every day as opposed to 3, because obviously it now brings his costs down, so that they can go to like 96 from 125, right? The salary savings. But like when you heard Ms. Basu testify, they got those 3 proposals, and she said, we didn't make a decision yet, but I would submit to you based upon her testimony, that salary savings was not going to get the job done. And maybe it's easier because now we're getting pretty close to 2019. Maybe it's easy to just run out that contract. Because remember, the contract wasn't actually expiring. It just, they had an option to cancel, that is, Duke had an option to cancel the contract at the end of 2018. So like, it could have gone another year, but that wouldn't have changed that Keith's applying for jobs and all those different things that he's trying to do. And he's trying to sell EcoStar. Like, he wants to just be like one of us who just goes to work every day and doesn't have to deal with like the pressures and the BS, so to speak, of running a business. Now, again, I'm not going to belabor it. You heard the testimony. You've seen the charts. You're going to have them. You know, they made it sound like, okay, these are his expenses. This is what he makes. And he's going to get more in a little while from disability. Okay? The reality is, when you look at the bank records, when he's taking money from the trust, it's because he's in the negative. You know, that insurance check, it bounced. Like, I'm not saying if he thought rationally, he couldn't have figured it out. But this is a guy who's got 3 Porsches in the driveway. Like, he's not looking to cut his expenses. He doesn't want to do that. Overdrafts, return payments, withdrawals during that time. Now, September 2018, Paul's financial issues that we've seen in this case, and you'll have 9-3. Paul complains about not being properly reimbursed for his cars. Like, he's going to Tiffany Rivera, the business manager, and he's saying, you know, ever since we got the different car, I think it was the Caneiro, whatever it was, I think the reimbursables are wrong. So it's like, he's complaining that, like, he's not getting enough money for the car reimbursables, as if, like, he should even be getting them as a 10% owner in the business. September 11th, he received a failed payment notice for Susan Caneiro's iPhone. Basically, like, he didn't pay the bill. 9/11, Paul considers taking out another, and you heard about several, 401k loans from Susan Caneiro's. Now, she doesn't know. 9/12, he receives a missed Audi payment notice. 9/14 to 9/16, he gets an email regarding that Allstate payment. That's the one for the car insurance. Again, September 16th, Paul asked Keith if he could put his auto insurance on the company card. We saw that. September, it's not going well. Showed that he struggles all the way to the end until that final withdrawal, final theft of $1,200 from the trust account when his balance was in the negative. Are we ignoring things, or are we following the evidence? Let's look at, first we'll just, the trust. I think we've talked about the trust enough. Obviously, the trust, he's a contingent beneficiary. Corey is as well. Paul knew, Corey didn't. Just talk about the trust in the context of how Mr. Caneiro looked at it.
Yeah, and that's what that trust is going to let you do, because the trust account is going to give us access to everything. It allows, you know, basically unlocks all the other stuff. You know, getting everything back, you know, sorted out.
Like, in January of 2019, he's talking to his wife. He's basically explaining the trust and how it unlocks other stuff and investments or God knows what. But like, Keith, Jennifer, Jesse, and Sophia are dead, and he's talking about the trust account. It's like, family man, loves his brother, special bond. Keith's dead. This is the conversation.
Yeah, and that's what that trust is going to.
2018, January 2nd takes 1,000. January 10th takes 500. 22nd takes 2,500. February takes 2,200. May takes 5,000. Prior to taking this, he's in the negative. May 15th, he takes a 401k distribution of $43,000. June 18th, he takes $7,500 from the TD Trust account to his own account, and $43 went fast because his balance on June 18th, prior to taking this money, is back down to $4,000. July, he takes $4,500. August 3rd, takes $4,000. Prior to him taking the $4,000 from the TD Trust account, he's in the negative. And then he couldn't make his mortgage payment. August 17th, takes $2,500. His balance is once again low prior to taking the money. August 28th, he takes $1,000. Prior to taking this, his balance is in the negative. He needs this trust account, ladies and gentlemen. It's not always massive amounts of money, but it's every time he can't pay something else, he goes, click, and he just takes it from Keith. Not alone, it's just theft. Repeated theft. September 4th, he takes $1,000. Prior to this, his balance was low. September 4th, he takes $300. Prior to taking this, the balance was $9. September 7th, makes it $5,200 and change payment to Allstate, but he's way in the negative. Allstate payment is returned for insufficient funds. Obviously, there wasn't enough money there to make that payment. That's why he had to ask Keith. 9/10, he makes a $765 payment for the Audi, but he's in the negative. 9/11, Audi payment is returned, insufficient funds. The next couple days, there's 5 overdraft fees. September 12th, transfers $2,500 from the EcoStar operating account to get out of the negative. September 13th, transferred $500 from EcoStar. Sorry, that was I just said. 9/14, pays $1,265 IRS bill and is in the negative again. September 17th, takes $1,300. Prior to that, he's in the negative, and then he's back in the negative on the same day. September 18th, transfers $1,000 from EcoStar. It's not necessarily his money. September 25th to 26th, receives 2 disability payments. October, balances in the negative again on October 3rd. The next day, he takes $1,500. The next day, he's back in the negative. October 9th, he takes $2,000. October 9th, balance is back in the negative. There's an overdraft fee for insufficient funds on Discovery student loan. October 10th, he makes a mobile deposit of $4,000. October 15th, he takes $1,200. On the 17th, he's back in the negative. The 18th, he transfers $700 from the EcoStar operating account. So why would he not want to sell EcoStar? Is it not clear by looking at this? Because if EcoStar's gone, yeah, he has that $400,000 or whatever that dissipates really quickly. But he can't just transfer every time he needs money. 10/24, he receives a disability payment. 10/29, he takes $2,000. November 8th, he takes $1,000. November 15th, he takes $1,300. Prior to that, the balance was low. The next day, he's in the negative. And he stays there until the final transfer from the trust on November 19th, 2018. The same day Keith's trying to figure it out, he is stealing $1,200 from the TD Trust. We talked about the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. One of the, like we said with the theft, one of the options that you'll have when I submit you find Mr. Caneiro guilty of theft, there's over 75, and then there's like 500 or 75,000. Conservatively, there's no doubt we'll ask you to find in that range. Continue to follow the evidence. Now we get to, now we know Mr. Caneiro stole $1,200 from his brother. Keith doesn't know this on November 19th, 2018. But now we go to these phone calls. The final build-up, so to speak, of what is going to happen in about just under 12 hours. Keith Caneiro, this is the beginning of his final 12 hours on this earth.
Counter Life is telling me they haven't been receiving money except in April. That doesn't make any sense. Counter Life is saying they haven't received money since April. I know it's untrue. I need you to send me the statement ASAP because I'm on the phone with them all day already. I need to access the money. Fine. Do you have it scanned somewhere? Do you have it scanned in Evernote? Can I log into it and grab it? Do you have the online access? I'll just go online and see it. You don't have the online access? If you could just see a way to send me the password, I'll do the research myself. Thanks.
Now, 6:05, a couple hours later. You know, Keith tried Paul, so then he tries the house. He speaks to Susan briefly and says, I need to talk to Keith. And I need to talk to Paul. Now, Paul Caneiro calls back his brother.
Hey, Sue, how are you? Sorry, they're calling the house line. I'm looking for Paul. I know he's sleeping, but I need to talk to him. Yeah, definitely. Thanks. Yeah, please. Call me on my mobile. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Bye. Hey, I just spent the last hour and a half on the phone with the insurance company. They're saying they haven't received any money and that they took a loan against my account and they're taking another one in October, which is just in October. I need to know, show me where you're sending the checks in online. You're writing them out online. I need to know where they're going. I need you to wake up, Paul, and do it. Short of you being dead, I need to see your stuff. You need to log into your account then. You log into the TV account. Give me the log into the TV account. Your TV account, you don't know yours? You don't know your TV login. Go find it and give it to me. I need to see it now, Paul. I need to see it. I need to see it now. I need it. I understand, Paul. I understand that. I just spent half the day. Paul, I'm telling you. I need it. I need it. I need it. Give me the fucking login, Paul. Give me the login, Paul. Paul, just give me the login so I can see where the money went. They get on your computer and tell me where the money went. Paul, somebody else could read it to you there. I need to know where that money went. What's a little while, Paul? I understand you're saying you need to wake the fuck up, Paul. Paul, I'm telling you, I just spent half the day looking for this. I need to know where it went. Paul. Paul. Are you sure it went to the right place this time? You have cash checks? You have cash checks? Paul. I hear what you're saying. Paul, I'm worried. I need to know where it went. All right, an hour or two. An hour or two. An hour or two, Paul. That means by 8 o'clock.
He believed the excuse from April about paying the wrong pay accidentally. He still trusts his brother. I need to know it went to the right place this time, right? After that conversation, I said it before. Does Keith's phone, does the defendant's phone, any video or anything show that Keith got a call back, he got an email, he got an answer, Mr. Caneiro looked at it? There's nothing. 1 to 2 hours. 8 o'clock, Paul. Nothing. He's up in his room. Paul Caneiro's up in his room. Playing with the laser. 6 hours. Nothing. He does nothing to rectify it. No text, no call. He can't, he doesn't pay it back, right? He can't do that. He doesn't have the money to do that. Just admit it. Admit it, and we're not here. Admit it to your brother. Do something about it. And we're not here. You're not here. Keith, Jennifer, Jesse, and Sophia are. Terrible reason to kill a whole family. But only one person has any reason to kill that family, and it's him. To the negative. And when we talk about Miss Wallace, and I won't belabor, and Miss Wallace said it best in openings when she talks about those 3 income streams that Mr. Caneiro has. He's got the payroll, right? He's getting paid. His family, he and his family are getting paid by Square One and EcoStar. He's got the disability, and then he's got the piggy bank taken from Keith. Those are the steady income streams in 17 and 18. Okay? If they get rid of EcoStar, he doesn't have that. If Miss Basu and Peter Simmons from Doris Duke say, you got a year or you don't have anything, we're moving on. He's got nothing but the disability. And it's not enough for the way he lives. It's just not enough. And he's not willing to make it work. Also, though, when we talk about motive, right, we know there's that $1.5 million from the trust account, right? And you really haven't heard us standing here. Ms. Wallace explained it in opening. We're not saying that, like, he killed Jesse, Sophia, Jennifer, and Keith for $1.5 million. That's part of it. I'd submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that had to be the only reason that he went back inside that house, or went inside that house. Because that's gotta be the motivation to go in and get rid of Jennifer, Jesse, and Sophia. He killed his brother. I mean, again, I said it yesterday, not justifying, but saying he purposely, knowingly killed his brother. And it doesn't make it right. None of this makes anything right. But, like, that's why you heard all for 5 weeks, you heard about why it's so believable how he could kill his brother. It's so believable. Just understand the context and the build-up and the jealousy and the, I'm not doing this for you, Keith, anymore. I'm not coming over and fixing this, fixing that. You can understand that. But the only reason, after you execute your brother, that you make that conscious decision to walk inside that house, that dark house. Betray that trust is because the money's inside, right? The only way he gets anything, he just doesn't get anything other than, he doesn't even get anything from businesses. Presumably it would have gone to Jennifer and the family, right? They're 50%, they're 90%. Only motivation to go in there is money. Now, does it make sense? I don't know. I struggle. Why? Why would he kill Jennifer, Jesse, and Sophia? Why? The only thing you could think is that it's $1.5 million reasons why. He's already killed his brother. He's going the rest of the way because he knows it's how he benefits. But assume for 1 second, or maybe Jennifer came out and caught him, and that's why he had to do what he had to do, right? Jennifer walked out because she heard the gunshots, runs back inside, game on, right? Kids come down because they hear the commotion. I don't know what the answer is, to be quite frank with you. I don't know. I can't get inside Mr. Caneiro's house. All I know is that he did it. He did it. Because the evidence tells you he did it. I wish I could come up with a reason. I have no reason. I could never come up with a reason to tell you why he did what he did to the kids. I don't know what to tell you. But he did it. He did it. Because the evidence tells you he did it. This shutting cameras off and DNA transfer, and God only knows why my niece's and nephew's DNA is on my jeans in my basement. You know, why would I leave police there? Maybe he tried to destroy it and he just didn't do a good job. But he did it. But he also, to kind of close that loop, what Miss Wallace told you was it was less about what he stood to gain and more about what he stood to lose, like the desperation and the frustration and the, Keith, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm sick of you owning 90%. Because he's not just losing the 3 steady streams, the theft, the disability, and the payroll. He's losing health insurance. He's losing these credit cards, $143,000 in 17, $120,000 in 2018. Man, that's not $50,000 of disposable income. That's reality. So he stood to lose. They told you the motive isn't good and all that kind of stuff, but it's good for Corey, but it's not good for Paul. But like for Paul, it's not just about that he stood to gain 50%. It's also about all that stuff that he would have lost had Keith's plans kind of come full circle and had Keith realized that his brother is stealing from him. Keith has an MBA. Paul steals from Keith. Again, understand when we talk about why he did what he did and why I submit to you that the evidence is going to tell you that the only verdicts in this case will be guilty. The finances is not something that just played itself out. That's not why he was arrested. That's not why he was charged with murders. He was charged with murders because early on, we're talking before Bodie, we're talking before Star Mix, right? You know, all that stuff that was sent, and Miss Danielle Reed came in here and testified. Like, before that, the DNA went to the state police lab, right? And we got results, right? We got Sophia's DNA on the knife, on the handle, right? And we got Sophia's DNA on the jeans. We're talking about that random match probability. I'd submit to you that random match probability, likelihood ratios, they're just 2 different ways to explain the importance of DNA. I mean, when you're going to say that, like, 49 billion is not, like, probative, that it's actually the defendant's blood on those jeans or DNA on those jeans, like, you're trying hard to justify what looks really bad, okay? But remember, we had that DNA before we had all the other DNA. We had DNA. You heard it. The first witness, Chris Simkoviak, the guy actually said it right. And then we also had Chris Clayton with the ballistics. You know, because think about what that means. So the financial stuff it's a buildup, right? It's a process, getting records and trying to understand the context of two guys who own businesses together, you know, and they have a lot of expenses, and they have clients, and they have to figure it out. That's why we had to meet with the accountant and the insurance guy. You know, they're sophisticated insurance people. I mean, he's got 3 disability insurance policies. Like, I didn't even know that was a thing. Just follow the evidence. And again, when we talk about the finance and the motive and stuff like that, and whether or not it justifies anything, like, think about the fact that within hours of the investigation, Lieutenant Catalona searches the Porsche Cayenne, Susan Canel's car, at the Ocean Township Police Department. The car, he never thought he was going to have to drive to the police department. Never thought it was going to be searched. It's the barrel. Like, I don't care how much he loves the backpack. I don't care how much it's an extension of his wallet. But you want to have some stuff in your backpack? Sure, okay. It's actually a tactical backpack. I work with a lot of detectives who carry basically the same bag. And they have stuff in there, okay? But, like, that? Silencers over there? I'm not going to belabor it. He didn't use it. We told you that. We told you he didn't use a silencer. It's interesting to know why he's got a silencer in his backpack. It's because, really, in reality, he doesn't want it to be with all the guns that are lawfully registered, right? And the rifles and stuff, the gun cleaning supplies, and the you know, the hanging targets, practice shooting. Because the silencer looks bad. Like, there's no reason to have a silencer. He didn't use it. He didn't need it. We know it. Kapoor heard it from 2 miles away, right? The gunshots. Remember, he's fleeing that scene, thinking to himself, man, we're in Colts Neck. It's wide open. Somebody's going to hear that. Like, you got to assume someone's calling 911 when there's 6 gunshots in the middle of the night. I mean, you have to. That's why he's sloppy. That's why he got the hell out of there quickly. And that's why he went back. But, like, before we talk about motive, ladies and gentlemen, why is he taking this out of the 6 hour? If you're getting set up, you're not taking this out. Now, Chris Clayton, he figured it out. It wasn't hard for him to figure it out. He test fired this barrel. He test fired the barrel that was in the 6 hour as they found it in the locked metal cabinet in his basement. He figured it out. The barrel from the gun that was in the cabinet, just in case they found it, that barrel doesn't match. This isn't like, oh, they're both 6 hours, et cetera, like all the ammunition's going to match. No, it's not like that. That's not what Clayton told you. 1 6 hour could have been manufactured seconds after the one before it. And the ballistics will never match. Bullets, gun, they only link. Bullet matches to 1 barrel. 1 barrel because it's fired out of here. Let's just keep that in context. This, ladies and gentlemen, this killed Keith Caneiro. This likely shot Jesse Caneiro. You heard the testimony. Dr. Thomas said she couldn't conclusively say it, but it appeared to display patterns consistent with the gunshot wound through the chin, like a graze wound. And you know we found the bullet in the kitchen a few feet away from where Jesse was. So, context, investigation, step. Build up. Not zeroing in. You know, if this didn't match, or the gun didn't match the projectiles, I don't know, do we maybe look somewhere else? If the DNA didn't come back to him, and it didn't come back to his niece in the basement, do we look somewhere else? Yes. But, like, should we be stupid? Or should we follow the evidence? Again, we're talking about the backpack. We just talked about the barrel was in there. He's got savings bonds. He's got Colombian currency. He's got a driver's license. He's got his passport. You saw the pictures. It's here. His passport. Audi key. Got every card in his wallet, right? Including, it's not in his wallet, like in his pants. It's in a backpack in his backyard, in his back seat. Like, how is someone else getting this driver's license into that backpack with the barrel and the silencer and the passport and the money and the savings bond? You're going to set him up. You picked the wrong car. It doesn't make any sense. You're putting that stuff in the Macan, no doubt, if you're trying to set someone up. Not in this car. This is where they found the barrel. It's in a pinch bag, you see. That's the barrel. Paper towels. And interestingly, too, when you look at those paper towels, when you look at the photos from where the DNA is found with the jeans and the scarf and the shirt, all that kind of stuff, you see paper towels. Like he wraps this in paper towels. The same way there was paper towels in that pile. Silencer. This is where we found the gun. Right here. Ammunition right here. Fiocchi's down there. You know, after we find the barrel, after we find the gun, then we get some DNA results, and it's starting to look like we're not zeroing in on the wrong guy, right? Just following the evidence. This is where it's found. This is the jeans, and there's one pair of jeans. There's one pair of jeans. Obviously, look at the tearing on the jeans. I mean, there's a portion of these jeans that are missing. We talked about it yesterday. This is what's in the bag, because that bag was sent to the state police too. I mean, they saw that. They didn't say these are different jeans, let's test them. They saw that they were one pair of jeans. It's the blood. Blood in the gloves right here. Talk about transfer. You want to talk about transfer? Like, could some of that blood got onto the glove? Blood from the jeans got onto the glove? Of course, it's right there. But could there have already been blood on the gloves? Like, why are they in this pile? Because he's using these gloves to try not to leave DNA, to try not to leave fingerprints. Okay, like, this is like, you know, there's a lot of questions. Did Detective vote? Did he check that door? You know, did he swab it? There's blood everywhere. There's not blood everywhere. You're going to have all the photos. It's a fire scene. There's a bunch of blood in the kitchen, which Detective Cordoma explained about. You know, he's an expert in blood spatter analysis. But there's not a lot of blood in the kitchen, and you know, we get criticized because they only swabbed 4 areas. But like, you can't swab every single place where there's blood. State police, I think you heard, they're not going to test it all for sure. That's for sure. They took an area here, an area here, an area there, and an area here. And you know what you found? Sophia. You found Jesse's by the handprint, right? Very visible handprint on the south side of the kitchen island. And then you go around to where Jesse's found. And then, I said it yesterday, but you find that blood on the kick plate on the bottom, the stainless steel cabinets. And man, we really just figured it would be Jesse's, right? And maybe it took them so long because they were just trying to piece this together. Like, what can we do to kind of explain one day to a jury what happened in that kitchen? And lo and behold, that testing, that area is Jesse. We know they found him dead there. He's lying on the ground. He's up against the cabinet. He's got the blood there. But who would have thought that Sophia's blood's there? Like, she's trying to help her brother. She's bleeding. There's no other explanation other than, like, Jesse. And then for some reason, she's bleeding in the kitchen. And she decides, not sure she didn't want to decide, to run away. And she goes upstairs. And that's where she's left. That's where she's incapacitated to the extent that she can't get the hell out of that house. I'd submit to you that that's that stab wound through the face into the brain. And that's why she had all the smoke. She had all the soot. She was 49% carboxyhemoglobin. Dr. Zane told you, and I'm not going to belabor this, you know she's suffering. Horrible. 10% you might get nauseous, right? 40% you could die. 49% is what she had. Her cause of death was not just, like it wasn't, be clear, what Dr. Zane told you is the cause of death. It wasn't a contributing cause. It was the cause of death was sharp force injuries and smoke inhalation. You know, the special bond with Jesse didn't have to stab wound to his face like that. Passport, bag, all his credit cards. The knife he had, the bag, the flare. I don't know. I mean, again, the cameras are shut off, so I don't know if he's walking around like this with a spare phone that's in. He's got a ton of spare phones this big. I don't know if he used it. I can't tell you. We lost the ability to tell you certain things because of the choices that the defendant made to make it difficult or simply impossible to see what happened. The Audi key, some other keys, his college applications. This Restrepo told you about that. Her daughter's college applications. Passport. Caneiro. It kind of leads you to the question that I'm sure, I suspect you're all asking is like, where was Paul Caneiro going to go? Like, there's no other explanation. And I don't know that. I'm not saying he had a plan. He didn't really have a lot of time to have a plan. He comes home at 4:08, packs the backpack, has to figure out how to set the fire, get the clothes in the corner, take them off, switch clothes, make sure I don't have shoes on because I want to make it look like I'm sleeping. But like, that bag, whether he carries it all the time, it doesn't always have that stuff in there. Like, there's no way. And we know that the barrel was just used in cold snack, I don't know, like an hour later, or an hour earlier, right? That barrel was used in cold snack. You know, that bag, like, he put that bag in there before he pulled the car out of the garage, right? 5 o'clock. This barrel is used at like 3:26, let's say, Dennis report, right? So like, no matter what he had in that bag normally, he didn't normally have this in the bag. And I bet he didn't normally have the silencer in the bag. And I bet he didn't normally have the passport in the bag. And I bet he didn't have like a ton. Of savings bonds. Caitlin and Marissa Caneiro. Like, he's got a safe in the garage. Like that big black safe you saw spinning. Like, what the hell are these doing in the backpack? Listen, not the biggest piece of evidence, but like, think about it. What's he thinking? He's thinking that, like, listen, if the cops show up, and like, it doesn't look suspicious, you know, like, we had nothing to do with the fire. They're not going to question us about it. It just looks like, you know, they're going to start an investigation. Maybe they'll, whatever, look for whatever. But like, if he's got a minute, and think about what he just did. Like, he's got no choice, man. He's using that passport and he's getting the hell out of here. But he never had the opportunity. Because he never left the Ocean County Police Department. Because we found certain things quickly enough to make it clear that he had something to do with this fire. Now, he wasn't charged with murder right away. Detective Zerillo told you that. It's like 8 days later or something. So it's not like they just said, you killed everybody and they charged him. No. But based upon the evidence they uncovered pretty quickly in Ocean, the cameras and all that kind of stuff, and shutting off the cameras, he gets charged with the arson in his own house. digress a lot, so some of these slides I've probably said ad nauseum to you already. But this is about evidence, and it's not about one little piece of evidence. It's about the combination of a ton of evidence that is all pointing squarely to Paul Caneiro. Talked about that. But I kind of want to close this because, you know, it was brought up in opening statements that there was another brother. And it sounded to me, my recollection is that basically they were saying that Corey Caneiro did this, right? Now, I just wanted to put in context, like, that you have not heard anything about anyone entering that house other than him or other than his family in Colson, in Ocean. Like, you have not seen other people on camera. You have not seen other evidence. So let's just think about if he's framed. Okay? Because again, if what they argued in openings and yesterday in summations is in any way true, he has to be the unluckiest man in the world, because he would have seen this had he not shut off his own cameras. So it's like, kind of shut up his own house. So between 1:31 and 2:08, because remember though, Paul Caneiro told the police he was asleep, right? He told them that he hadn't been in the basement since 4 p.m. the day before. We know that's true. But between 1:31, that's when he shuts off the cameras in the basement, on camera, and 2:08 when the car leaves. Corey or whoever has to sneak inside 27 Tilton. Now, Caitlin Caneiro told you when she testified, Ms. Wallace asked her, you know, she was the last one to go upstairs that night. I think she said it was about 11:30. Ms. Wallace asked her, were the doors locked? Like the rear doors that you heard a lot about. You heard that they were open, right? Lieutenant Catalona told you about that? How he also told you about how he checked all the doors for visible fingerprints and things like that, and he didn't find any. But those doors, when she went to bed, are unlocked. How is someone getting in this locked house? How is Corey Caneiro getting in it? You didn't hear, like, you heard a lot, like, oh, Corey came over one time or several times with the kids and used the pool when we weren't home. Like, what was that? That's like, hey, Corey's been alone in the home before. He could have done something. But did he? No. Did you hear any of that evidence? No. Is it evidence? No. Okay? They're trying to kind of give that, like, oh, Corey was there alone once. Like, maybe he did it. Okay, so between 1:31 when we know he's awake, okay, last time, like, you see him awake because it's the last time a camera's on. Between that time and 2:08, Paul's got to go to bed, fall asleep, and someone's got to figure out how the hell to get into that house. Several of the doors have chimes, right? You know, you heard about the soundproofing. I've never heard that before, but you heard it. I guess there were some soundproof rooms. That's convenient now, but it is what it is. Corey or whoever's now also got to get in the house. He's got to go down to the basement. He's got to figure out where to, I guess, find a key or combination to the lock for the safe with the guns. Because he's got to get the gun, right? Got to get the gun, got to get the Fiocchi ammunition. He's got to find the key to the Macan, right? I mean, I think it's safe to assume when you have a loaner car, and I think he only had it for a couple days. I knew it was a short period of time, but one of his daughters said that. Anybody get a loaner car when their car's getting serviced and get more than one key? If they're not buying the car. You're not buying the car. They're giving you one key. This is the Audi key, but it's one key. Okay, so he's got to find the key. He then has to go back outside quietly, get in the car, drive to Colts Neck, do everything he did in Colts Neck, take the panel off, disable the generator, no testimony that anyone other than, not even Ben kind of said it, who was like aware of everything, but like the only person you ever heard about any knowledge about the generator and all that electricity and stuff in the basement is Paul Caneiro. But whoever goes to Colts Neck, they got to rip the panel off, disable the generator, they got to shoot Keith with, like, I mean, there's no other way to explain it. You saw the photos. I got one right here when we talk about Keith. Like, he's got one shot in the back, comes out the stomach, through his hand. Every other gunshot Every other gunshot is here up. I mean, that's a guy. That's a shooter who goes to gun ranges. That's a shooter who's got multiple guns. That's a shooter who practices. That's a guy who's got, things in the backpack. One of the, I think it's this one. The Mantis training system in the backpack in the Cayenne with the barrel and the silencer. Those are accurate shots. They're like crazy accurate shots. And that's like a guy who's got targets hanging in his basement next to the rest of his guns in his gun locker. That is like marksmanship. You don't need a laser. A laser target's only for practice, not the real thing. He's got to cut the ONT line in the basement. He's got to go back to Tilden. He's got to park the Macan. He's got to, again, get back in the house quietly when Marissa, Caitlin, Susan, and I guess Paul are all asleep in the house. That person then has to go back down to the basement, take the clothes off, stick them in the area where we would have seen them stick it, had the camera not been shut off. They had to go over by the gun safe. I guess now they must have the key or the combination at this point because they got it out the first time. But now they got to get the gun back in there. They got to take the barrel out. They got to know how to take the barrel out. Sergeant Clayton told you it's not complicated. I mean, I don't have a gun, so I don't. I've heard how you do it. It's pop the slide off, put the barrel in, take the barrel out, whatever. But they got to do that, and they got to have a reason to do that, which is very inconsistent with what we're talking about, setting someone up. And again, they'd be doing all this by that locker in that gun area with the cleaners and all that stuff. They'd be doing it in a place where they should have been on camera, but they weren't because of him. So he's either guilty of murder or he's the unluckiest man in the world. Person then has to get back out of the house, set the fire at 4:30. And then interestingly, I said it yesterday, but I don't know how the guys, the mystery guys that are at the house at 4:30, if that time's accurate, are still there at 5:02, 5:01 and change when that second blaze starts in the garage area by the driveway. Like 32 minutes these guys are going to sit around? That's about as dumb as knocking on the door after you set fire to a house. It doesn't make any sense. It's just a way to try to figure out a way to say that despite the evidence all pointing to me and all being extremely devastating, hey, I got set up. But all these steps, set fire to the house, put Paul's backpack not into the Macan, but into the Cayenne in the garage. And again, third place, we should have seen that backpack go into the Cayenne because it's in the garage and you saw it when he shut off the cameras. Unluckiest man in the world. And then Corey's got to go back before Caitlin calls and his wife gives him the phone and they speak before he comes over and takes him out for bagels. All these things would have had to happen. And he's only been asleep for what? I mean, he's in the basement at 1:31. Like, how quickly could Paul Caneiro have gone upstairs and gone to bed? Like what? I mean, minimum, he's got to go upstairs, he's got to lie down. No matter how tired it is, it takes a couple minutes. Like, within 20 minutes of that, all of a sudden, someone's sneaking into the basement and taking the gun and then leaving and then coming back and somehow getting in without serving anyone, without the dogs barking, the doors are locked, etc. And again, I didn't show this yesterday, I skipped past it by accident, but like, in the context of where Mr. Caneiro is at 1:31, and he's not sleeping, within a few minutes of this, someone else has got to sneak down here, right, and get that gun right out of here. A locked, you saw that big lock, there's pictures, you'll have it, take a look. I forget the way Catalan described it, but it's like, there's some like twisting part of it. It's like, it's a strong lock. Yeah, they use bolt cutters to cut it off. But we would have seen it. If someone else did it, we would have seen it. we didn't, because it was him. And that's why I shut the camera. We talked about that. Why would you swap the barrel? Why would you plant the blood on the evidence in the defendant's basement and then try to destroy it if you wanted to set someone up? It just doesn't make any sense. It's like, I hate this analogy. A lot of prosecutors use this analogy. It's like another thing I said I never do, but it's like the kid caught with their hand in the cookie jar, right? You know, mom walks in and catches the kid in the kitchen. He's got his hand in the cookie jar. He's got some crumbs on him, and all of a sudden his mom's like, "What are you doing, Paul?" And he goes, "It was Corey." That's really what we're talking about here. Follow the evidence. Follow the evidence. You know, it's implausible to understand how someone gets Mr. Caneiro's DNA on the inside of his jeans and in other places that we've talked about. Now, we're getting there. Obviously, you probably all recall video that was ultimately obtained from the Wise cameras at Keith's house. Same grouping of cameras where we saw the conversation in the office and in the kitchen. This is the Garage North camera, and obviously this is about 16 minutes of video, 2:35 to 2:51, and you see someone appear, right, and then you hear that metallic noises as the person's ripping the panel out or trying to, and it's taking time. You see the person go that way. But we're going to watch. We're going to watch a portion. See the glove there? Black glove. Going back towards the generator. You just saw a small portion. There's about 15 minutes. You know, at times the light comes on, light comes off. He goes through. He goes over by the generator. That's where he's kind of over by the generator, over here. He's not really gone very long because we know it's just a switch. Because if you know where it is, you just shut the auto on-off switch off, right? There's a lot of talk about measuring this. Like, yeah, you could measure this, right? You could see where that third panel is and how tall it is, right? But the problem with that is that there's no way to really tell because this camera's at an angle. Like, we're not shooting straight, right? So there's no way to tell or estimate the size of that person, I would submit to you. I would submit to you that what we're going to look at here, you slow it down, you can pause it, you can do whatever you want. But this person, regardless, and I know it's paused here, but if you watch it, feel free to watch it again. This person's got hair, right? Hair. And they're wearing black nitrile gloves. And that's entirely consistent with all the evidence. Now, obviously, nobody is identifying that person, right? It's impossible. But when you look at all the other evidence in his car that's driving on Willowbrook just a little bit earlier, and then parking, out here, right? Out here past the solar panels, either on that driveway or in that little opening on the grass, walks right up to this area, right? And remember, when we look out here, this is just a little patio here, and this is exactly where we find the shell casings. So he shuts off the generator, shuts off the electric. He actually doesn't even shut off the solar panels, which shows you that you kind of have to know the house, right? Because what you found out about the solar panel array is that it's not a backup source of power. And like, I don't know, I'm no electrician, but like, I would have thought that the solar panel might have done something when the power goes out, but it actually doesn't. And like, really, the only people that know that are the people that were like there when it was installed and the house was being built. Paul Caneiro, Keith Caneiro. So you wonder like why that wasn't shut off, because it didn't need to be. But when you think about the evidence in this case, and I know hair is it's a little fact, you know, it's just a little thing, right? But that's not Corey Caneiro. That's not Keith Caneiro in the middle of the night either, because they're both bald. And these gloves right here, Paul Caneiro's DNA on them. Just showed them to you. So it's like, we can't tell you everything. You know, I wish maybe we would have saw something out here at around 3:42 with someone leaving the house, right? But we can't because he shut the power off. He shut the power off. Shut it off in Ocean, and he shut it off in Colts Neck. And when you do that, it makes you look really guilty. And I'd submit to you, it makes it look bad when you're trying to argue that we didn't do this or we didn't find this. Because we had no ability after 251 to see anything. We'll talk about that next. Shutting off the camera, video from your rear neighbor, other surveillance cameras on Tilden, barrel in the bag with the silencer, DNA in your basement, right by the point of origin. No, I'm surprised I haven't said this yet, but like, sloppy, right? You know, like smart tech guy or smart tech guy who just killed his niece and nephew and he's really just trying to figure out what the hell to do. Get rid of the evidence. Should have torched it directly, right? Nothing you can do about the gun because you can't hide the gun because it's registered, right? We talked about that yesterday. But like, you should have just torched it directly. Like, torched it. Put it outside. One would have thought, though, setting that fire outside that window, with the window open and pointing right into where this stuff's found, it should have been destroyed. Again, like, Ocean Township Fire Department really screwed Mr. Caneiro. That was the plan. It just didn't work. Talk about the no shoes, like, his daughter said the other day that no one else had shoes on other than their mom. I didn't see that in the DVR, but, I mean, in the body-worn cameras. But regardless, I said it probably twice yesterday. He's got time to go back in the house. Comes out, fuck, I hit my hand or whatever it is. You know, even Caitlin Caneiro acknowledged that. Like, she didn't actually see her dad hit his hand. She heard him say it. I personally, I'm sorry. I don't. He either was saying it to try to make his daughter think like he hit his hand because he's got that hand injury, and that hand injury comes from Colts Neck. Like, I'm sorry. There's no way that hand injury happened fleeing a fire, which, when they fled the fire, wasn't even that bad yet. I mean, there's some smoke, there's no flames. They're going down the stairs, they're leaving. Not saying it's not alarming, but like, that hand injury, there's no other way to look at it other than it's got to be from Sophia Caneiro. 17 sharp force injuries. And then Dr. Zhang told you about the blunt force injuries. He's got gloves on, right? But get the hell out of that hand somehow. But here, like we talk about, this is the mudroom, 27 Tilden. I won't belabor this, but this is the mudroom. And this is what you pass as you go into the garage to get the Cayenne to pull it out. I mean, here you just have like a pile of stuff, a pile of shoes. The next picture, there's other shoes. Like, I would suggest to you, in combination with all the evidence, is that like not wearing shoes that morning was just like a really trying way too hard to make it look like you were sleeping and you weren't in Colts Neck killing everybody. That's what that looks like to me. No coincidence. Again, when we talk about what cameras would have shown, This is the kitchen. This is the Wise camera on the counter at 15 Willowbrook, right next to Sophia's picture. Staring right out over here, exactly where Jesse is found lying on the floor. Jesse, lying on the floor. These are the kitchen cabinets, the jewelry box. It's lying right here. What's here? What's here? The mudroom, the garage, the door with the Nest cam. Freedom. Life. He was so freaking close to the outside. But power was cut. The Nest camera, I'll talk about it quickly. They kept showing me during cross-examination that picture of the Nest cam, right? Of what, they just kept showing it. And then all of a sudden, Lieutenant Petrozello testified. And then, he got asked about it. And it was like, oh, there's actually, an explanation, right? The Nest camera, so this is the door next to the garage. Okay, well, I think it's right here. It's the door next to the garage. So the garage is right over here. This is the front door, right? There's a bunch of video from Wise with people coming in the garage. That's kind of what they did. They pulled their cars in the garage. So, I'd submit to you that this door didn't really get used very much. But what this picture actually is the exact same picture, notifications at Nest to Caneiro in Ocean. Your cameras just got shut off. This is what it showed. This is a notification at 2:52 in the morning to Keith Caneiro saying, your Nest camera is off. We know why it's off, because the panel just got ripped off and the generator's off. So the camera shuts off at 2:52 a.m. Lord only knows what this camera would have showed. But he cut the power. So I don't know what I don't understand what the point of this picture is. They argue to you that Petrozello should have followed up. He told you he got a communications data warrant, which is a search warrant for companies like electronic providers, service providers, like Nest. And he requested the records for November 19th, November 20th, because really that's what else is relevant. And what he got back from Nest was that there was no footage. There were no activations. They're acting like this is an activation on the 20th. It's not an activation. This didn't come on because someone's at the door. It came on, or it gets emailed to him saying, this is what your camera looked like when it was cut. It's not an activation. It's a notification. Just like Paul Caneiro's. Like the one picture in Mr. Caneiro's basement. When he cuts the power, he's standing by the guns, in the storage locker. So he's in the picture. The other one, he's not actually in the picture when it gets unplugged. I don't know if they're both unplugged from the same place and he's only in one picture and not the other. But they're right next to each other, so he's there. But this is nothing. If there was video there was an activation at, let's say, 2:45, we would have got it from Nest. But there wasn't any, because no one was in this area. He's over on the other side of the garage, ripping the panel off. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is just confirming all it is. It's confirming that the power was disconnected at 2:51, 2:52, just like that Wise camera showed you. Because kind of like the DVR in the garage, it's like, he's there, it's 2:51 and change, and all of a sudden, camera's off. Coincides with the noise and the jiggling and the ripping of the panel and the door on the ground, right? And the meter on the floor.
Can I see the attorneys for a second?
Yes. Sophia and Jesse's DNA on it. Dr. Wright told you, relatives share DNA, we got it. Does that change, though, the cross-examination of Dr. Wright? And how he indicated that many of these samples conclusively and reliably showed that the victim's DNA were on his clothes that he tried to destroy. That allele sharing argument, the question marks in the one column with Corey, it's just desperation and another attempt at betraying another member of his family. Here's the knife, and this was recovered. As you recall, you can see the state of it now. Detective Vogt testified about how it was found in the foyer area, right? Kind of in an area that had been kind of, not necessarily dug out, but kind of collected in that area. And you'll recall that that's the area where Jennifer Caneiro was found. Remember those pictures? She had a little yellow blanket that they put on top of her, right at the top of the stairs that go down to the basement. And then her daughter is up the stairs on the landing. And that knife, obviously they didn't put the knife into that block in the kitchen, right? Because they didn't want to contaminate or transfer any evidence. But you could see, and you heard the testimony, that that knife came from Keith Caneiro's own kitchen. The knife that at least took part in the murder of Jennifer Caneiro, and took part in at least, because you don't necessarily know if that's the only knife that was used, right? That's the knife that was found. You don't know, potentially, if he left with another knife. I mean, you know from the testimony in this case, you brought out that black bag with Detective Catalona. You walked it up here, and we didn't really open it up and show you everything in it. Really no need. We saw some pictures in one of those drawers that was over by the metal gun locker in Mr. Paul Caneiro's house. Buying all the guns. There's a bunch of knives in there. But obviously at some point, he has to turn to another weapon. You know, they're arguing that because there's a gun and because there's a knife, there's two people. But like, what evidence of there is that? You saw the garage camera, right? That's 15, 16 minutes of footage that shows one person. It's like he has a ton of bullets and all that kind of stuff, and he would have brought enough bullets. Like, what if, for instance, he was just going to shoot everybody once? Or, like, he obviously could have shot Keith Caneiro once. I mean, one bullet, at the end of the day, would have killed Keith Caneiro. That one last shot on the jacket with the gunshot residue, and you heard from Judith Link from the state police, that cruciform tear, which is consistent with the gun firing against the fabric and causing that tearing, that was enough. So the fact that maybe he didn't quite bring enough ammunition, does that mean there's two people involved? I mean, presumably, he had a magazine. We don't know which magazine he used, because he had hundreds of magazines in his house. But we know how many bullets were found, right? We know how many bullets were found, and we'll talk about that when we get to ballistics, but we're going to go to DNA. Now, again, importantly, because they did a lot to try to, I want to say denigrate, but they were trying to point out things about likelihood ratios and mixtures and things like that with the Bodie and with the Star Mix. You heard about Star Mix and how like 90 plus labs in the United States are using it now. State police got it in 2022. That's why we went to Bodie. And, you know, state police was actually kind of like behind the game, like because of COVID, and a lot of labs have it. And basically 80%, I think they said, of labs in the United States are using it. But like, put that aside for a second, because that's just a way, like Dr. Reich said, is that like, he see majority of what he sees as a DNA analyst is mixtures. So mixtures are common. So like when you see like, you know, they test something and there's two contributors and maybe there's just like a little bit of the second one, there's not enough there because it's a mixture. That's what Star Mix is able to do. And like comparing numbers, like, you know, Sophia's 8 sextillion or whatever likelihood ratio, like That's great, right? I mean, that's very probative. That's her DNA. But like in that one sample, the defendant in that mixture might only be like 400,000. But that's also because, as you heard, there's something called like average peak heights and RFU and all that stuff, and I'm not going to get into the weeds. But like basically you have two contributors, and one of them just, there's not a lot of that DNA in that mixture, but it's there. And StarMix is able to actually opine on mixtures better than like real humans can. And that's why StarMix exists. But, you know, it was brought up that like StarMix doesn't give you a yes and no answer. Well, random match probabilities don't give you a yes or no answer anyway. DNA does not give you a yes or no. It basically says with an RMP that, you know, like in a hypothetical population of 1 million people, like I asked Dr. Wright, you would expect to find this profile one time. That's like how rare it is. So we look at sample 6-1-4-1, which is the right front shin of the genes. Right front shin is one of these samples over here. That was actually tested by the state police, and ultimately they generated one of those random match probabilities. One of the ones I think they intimated are more accurate. I would submit to you that they're all accurate. It's DNA. You know, it's just DNA is DNA. It doesn't lie. It doesn't tell you where it came from or who put it there, but it doesn't lie. It's just that sometimes, given the amount of DNA in a particular area, because remember, we're talking about one of these little white cuttings, we're talking about a small area, because you don't just like throw the genes in a conveyor belt and it comes out and says, you know, this is all Sophia, this is all Jesse. You have to sample different parts of it. When we talk about Jesse's DNA, they said ultimately that Jesse's DNA, or Jesse was the source of the DNA on the right front shin of these genes. And when you talk about how rare that is, right, that's really what they're trying to tell you when they give you that answer. They said that he was the source. And what they need to call something the source from their protocol, their standard operating procedures and analytical thresholds and things like that, is that the RMP has to be greater than 1 in 7 trillion. So in a population of 7 trillion people, which is actually a lot bigger than the amount of people that have ever walked the face of the earth, you would expect to find that profile once. Jesse's DNA, Paul Caneiro's genes. Now, we talked about a scraping from the inside collar of a shirt, one of the shirts that's in that pile. DNA profile is approximately 100 million times more likely to occur if H1 is true, which is basically that Paul Caneiro is contributor 1 to that sample. So like I said, we learned quickly that Sophia, that Jesse was a little later, but we learned quickly that several areas on those genes had Sophia Caneiro's DNA. So that's quickly. So like that's, again, like before we start digging into finances and all that kind of stuff, we see his car leave, come back, and then they find, well, the dog hits, the cadaver dog, hits on the set of human remains, and lo and behold, the state police tells us, that's Sophia Caneiro's story. Follow the evidence. Same way they told us early on that her DNA was on the handle, which tells you that that's the knife that was thrust into multiple areas of her body. So when we talked about some of the StarMix evidence, some of the DNA that was tested by Bodie, we talk about sample. I think Dr. Reich in his PowerPoint, he had three samples he talked about. The first was E01A1, which is, I've said it many times, but it's the inside of the genes above the knee, right? It's kind of like wearing DNA. Like, you know, that's where you get things when you move, when you walk, in the shed. Now, when he talked about it, he was like pointing out different things, and I'm not sure why he chose that sample, because it's very probative, A, and B, it's extremely conclusive. But what he didn't tell you is that contributor 1 was Sophia Caneiro with a likelihood ratio of 470 sextillion. That number doesn't just come out of the blue. That's science. And then contributor 2 was Paul Caneiro with a likelihood ratio of 3.7 quintillion. And when I asked Dr. Reich on cross-examination, are those reliable results? Sophia's results and the likelihood ratio, Paul Caneiro's results and the likelihood ratio. Is that reliable? And he said, yes. EO1C1, another area on the genes. This is the exterior front right thigh. So up here, Sophia Caneiro, single source right here. He was saying, oh, you know, you could do a random match probability. I guess you could. But I think he said that the number would actually probably, interestingly he said that. He said if you did a random match probability on that number, 2.1 septillion, I think basically what he said is that it should be about the same, i.e. they're both pretty accurate. And that likelihood ratio is 2.1 septillion. Again, all numbers, when we put them in context, are bigger than the amount of people that are on the earth today, 8 billion we heard, and the number forever is about 100 billion. Again, Dr. Reich, this is reliable. I asked him specifically, is that a reliable result? Yes. EO2B1, interior of glove 1. I know we saw the 6 gloves. Contributor 1, Sophia Caneiro. LR of 1 septillion. Dr. Reich, that's okay. That's reliable, right? Nothing wrong with that. EO3A1, glove 2, exterior, contributor 1, 59%. Likelihood ratio of 100 quadrillion. And we got to contributor 2, Paul Caneiro, 41%. LR of 45 quadrillion. That's actually like not, it's kind of like it's not an equal, it's not a 50-50 mixture, but like it's more Sophia, but there's a lot of Paul in there, right? And Dr. Reich, when asked by me, said, those conclusions are reliable. It's their expert saying that. EO3B1, glove, interior, and they acknowledge, I think all the DNA people acknowledge that, like, we don't necessarily know which is the inside, which is the outside of those gloves. Like, it's just kind of impossible to tell. It's the way they came to it. However they got the glove, they treated the exterior as the exterior, interior as interior. But quite frankly, there's results on those gloves from interiors and exteriors that are very probative, so I would submit to you that, like, he gloved up. He gloved up. You saw it on the video. He gloved up because he didn't want to leave anything. Now the car is so clean. Sophia, 97% of that mixture, 980 sextillion. Dr. Reich says there's nothing wrong with that result. Glove 4 exterior, Sophia Caneiro, 94%. LR of 726 sextillion. Nothing wrong with that result. Glove 5, Sophia Caneiro, you get the point. 870 sextillion. I mean, a bunch of this stuff went out together. Probably didn't need to test all these areas of all these gloves. But I mean, consistently, you're finding that Sophia Caneiro's blood is on these genes. EO6B1 at the glove. And here we see contributor 1 this time, 58%, is Paul Caneiro with an LR of 49 billion. Sophia Caneiro, 42%, 19 quadrillion. No issue with either result from Dr. Reich, who was asked by, who was testifying on behalf. E10A, this is a swab from the lower kitchen cabinet. This is one of the ones we talked about. This is the one where it's Jesse's blood at the bottom, and Sophia is down there clearly bleeding in the kitchen, but not where she was found dead. Not dead. But the two of them contribute to the blood on that lower cabinet. It's telling in that these are extremely probative DNA results. They're very reliable based upon the testimony that you heard from even their expert. But it's very probative, like, what the hell was happening in the dark? 11, this is a underneath the pull-out drawer near the sink, Sophia's DNA. The E12B, this was actually early DNA. This was like before we went to Bodie. And when we looked at that scarf, ultimately you saw the testimony that there was a bunch of defects in the scarf, and there was also, I think, 3 hairs. When you look at defects here, it's hard to tell a little bit, but there's some holes in here, which are consistent with knives, like the blade of a knife, maybe holding this scarf around your hand, the gloves, because at some point this scarf is in cold snap, and at some point this scarf ends up with strands of hair, longer strands of hair from a late 8-year-old Sophia Caneiro. And when they tested this, the random max probability, meaning in a population of 14 octillion people, you would expect to find that DNA profile one time. E13 was a scraping. Let me be clear, just so the record's clear. That was a scraping of the scarf. Once they took the hairs off, they scraped it to try to get a cross section of, see if they get any DNA off it. And ultimately, what they came up with on that was Sophia Caneiro. That was the 1 in 14 octillion. The hairs, we have E13, E14. They're 2 hairs, and the results in a population of 4.1 octillion or 34 septillion, you would expect to find that one time. We talked about 61-4-1. That's Jesse's DNA. Dr. Reich says that's reliable. This is what we look at. We're looking at the Bodhi chart. And, I think there was one sample that I asked him about Mr. Caneiro's DNA, and it was the one time he tried to kind of, I'm not sure if that's reliable, I'm not sure. And then I showed him a transcript, and we kind of resolved that he has said in the past that that is reliable. Their DNA expert concedes Sophia's DNA is on the jeans, it's on the scarf with defects, it's on the glove. All items from the defendant's basement. They're all reliable according to the defense DNA expert. He concedes Paul's DNA inside the jeans, we talked about it, and on 3 different nitrile gloves, black nitrile gloves, just like the one seen on the hand in the video at 2:35 to 2:51 outside 15 Willowbrook, next to the electrical panel. He says those LRs of 45 quadrillion, 200 million, and 49 billion are reliable results. You can see it's Jesse's DNA. So what we know is that Jesse, Sophia, and Paul all contributed to DNA on the jeans. Sophia's DNA is on the scarf, the hair. Sophia and Paul are on the gloves. This was played for you during the course of trial. It's Paul Caneiro having a conversation with the office manager, and it kind of relates to partially.
Tell her, please. I never need her any more than I need her now.
I know, and it really, the stability was not really the main thing. It was, the fear.
Tell her don't worry about it. They got what they wanted. I'm here.
So, in December of 2018, after he's charged, he's trying to get a former employee to come back and run the business. That's what he's worried about on December 5th, 2018, despite the fact that he's facing murder charges. His brother's dead, sister-in-law, Jesse and Sophia. But what Tiffany's saying on that phone call is that Larissa, the other employee, doesn't want to come back because she's scared. And what Mr. Caneiro says is, there's nothing to be scared of. I'm here. Doesn't say, because you heard some testimony that like Corey worked with the business to try to keep it running after the fact. Doesn't say. What he doesn't say is kind of telling, and it's kind of probative of really who did this. It's a little thing again, but he doesn't say like, be careful, Corey's showing up at the business. Like, that's what you got to worry about. He's saying, don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. Because they're worried that, like, someone's out there. Keith's dead, Paul had a fire. They don't know the whole story yet. Nobody does, because we're still working on it. Don't be afraid of Corey, who's at the business every day. They got what they wanted. I'm here. Again, this comes back to, because that was December 5th, so we're in the midst of the investigation. Because like I said, this stuff doesn't appear, okay? This is effort. This is investigation. This is seizing items and sending them places to get tested to try to see. You don't know what you're going to find when you send ballistics to the ballistics lab. You don't know what the answer is going to be. You don't know what the DNA people are going to tell you. So you're in the midst of that. But then when you start to get those results, does it tell you anything other than Paul Caneiro did this? Again, this is just something I wanted to show because we talked about it earlier, but when you look at the rear and where the fire started, right in here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's just the context of what Dr. Gould's camera is showing you. Just so you can understand that, like, you did see the origin of the fire. You did see when it started. And you might have missed the very beginning of this, the lighting. Obviously, it wasn't. Wish it was that light. Maybe you would have saw someone walk across. But it was dark out because it's 5 o'clock in the morning. This is the fire. This is the point of origin. The DNA is right inside there. And this line right here, if I had the picture, you'll have it, but John Lightbody, who did the origin and cause, he testified about a picture that's in this living room over here, right here. And you could see there was some like crown molding. It's kind of like up here. It's like some crown molding here. And there's like just like this, there's almost like a pillar when you transition from the family room to the dining room. And Lightbody said, yeah, right here you can see. This is where the fire was going, right? And it kind of got knocked down. But like, if this fire doesn't get knocked down, like, it's already in the basement. You can see down here, it's below ground. I mean, it's trying to hit that evidence, right? It's really trying to destroy that DNA. Just did it. I mean, I don't know if the fire could have eventually destroyed the guns too. I mean, maybe we would have gotten that evidence, but it's pretty easy. That fire keeps going to destroy genes. I mean, look at what it did to it. Look at what it caused. It caused that, and then it caused that over here, what we talked about yesterday, with the rest of the genes. We talked about this yesterday, but it's just like things that are brought up, and then all of a sudden, like, we give you some context, like Lieutenant Petrozello testifying about how, like, yeah, we did check that camera. Like, it was always like, you guys didn't check this, you guys didn't check that. Then all of a sudden, it's like he testified, he's like, no, it's not like a Willowbrook address or like a, whatever, drawing a blank on Dr. Volstein's street, like just to the left. But the house back behind Willowbrook, like up in the back, it's actually, the address is actually Route 34, because that's how close Route 34 is. And ultimately, talk about cameras, but the car that you see in Colts Neck before, on its way, leaving, like, we know what direction that's going, right? We know that's, I would suggest that based upon this and even the timeline they're trying to offer to you, that's the Macan. So, like, I'm not sure why, even though they did check cameras on Route 34 and other places, however, in the middle of the night, it's not always that easy on Route 18 to see what kind of car it is driving through a particular location. But I think the testimony stands on its own. But the point being is that he did look, right? That is a relevant camera. That camera, had it been closer to 15 Willowbrook, I mean, they're big properties, so it's kind of like a little different than Mr. Caneiro's property and the Oxford. Very nice houses, right? Nice pieces of property, but they're closer. So the cameras are going to be more probative. But here, I mean, it would have been great if we saw the car park. I mean, it would have been the McCann. But like, he parked over there for a reason. He wasn't trying to be on camera. Like, he may go to Keith's house a lot, but he doesn't necessarily ever contemplate the idea that, like, Catherine Lucchese across the street has cameras. I mean, that's a big property too. Pretty set back, and that's obviously why the footage is kind of had to be pieced together by virtue of, like, tail lights and different things. And timing, because it makes sense, and that's his car. We talked about the phone. I mean, just the reality, and I don't know, I said it yesterday, but I'll say it very briefly again, but the phone, I don't understand exactly how the phone does anything to tell you that all the evidence that points to Mr. Caneiro does anything other than point to Mr. Caneiro and prove that he's guilty. But again, just the context of what Jennifer would have been doing. I mentioned before, like, we don't know if maybe she even went outside and got chased in. We don't really know because the cameras were cut, the power was cut. But whatever happened, ultimately, she was killed inside. She was shot. She was stabbed. Just like her son, her daughter was stabbed. So I said this yesterday, but obviously there's some reason for concern. She's going to leave her bedroom. She's going to do it quickly. Whether Keith's gone trying to figure out the power, she hears the gunshots, whatever the case may be. She's not necessarily grabbing her phone and calling 911. I mean, obviously there's a lot of chaos going on. Clearly, didn't sound like there was a lot of time to react. Now, maybe she's just more worried about trying to protect Jesse, trying to protect Sophia. Maybe her instinct was just to help, and that her phone's upstairs, and that she's got a gun pointed at her, got a bullet that's about to be in her brain. Because this is what's going on. This is Jennifer's body. Remember when before the detectives, they wanted to protect the integrity of the scene and the investigation, and Detective Cordoma, Detective Vogt, and Lieutenant Mueller go in and take the body out, and Detective Flanagan, who took a lot of the photos, Detective Cordoma told you, he took a lot of the early photos. He was like the first guy there from forensics, and you could see the depths of the fire in the back of the house. Like, he got a real sense, which Cordoma said was very helpful, seeing the the path and the evolution of the fire was very important to where it started, because it wasn't always a certainty where it started. I think it started in that cedar closet. I didn't put the video in here, but one of the interesting things that you can see from Patrolman Mazzicola, his MVR, his camera and his police car. Remember, he pulls up to the front of the house, and there's a point in time his camera's just running, where he goes over to where Keith is, and Dr. Bolstein's over there, and then another officer comes, and Mazzicola and Miyakawa, the two officers, they go around the side, because that door is open. Remember kind of where that one live round is found? On that southwest patio, there's an open door, and they find that door open, right? I think I said it yesterday. And obviously they looked at that area to see if there's any fingerprints or anything, but that's kind of the way he went out. And that's probably just about the best way to get out when you're trying to get to your car. You're trying to do it quickly. But on that, once Mazzicola and Miyakawa, the other officer, they go around, you can actually see, first you see Dr. Bolstein open that door and smoke. And then they actually open the camera, the door where the camera would have shown them opening the door, but the power was cut at 2:52. But Mazzicola opens it, and you see the smoke come out by the garage. But during the course of that body-worn camera footage, one of the guys, his name's Sergeant Savage, walks across the front while the other officers are over on the side. And when you look at the front of the house, all of a sudden, for the first time during during that body-worn, there's like a little area on the bottom of the house where you see the flame. And it's like to the left of the door. It's real low. It's the first time you see any flames. All you saw was smoke in the front of the house. Flames were in the back. But that was like exactly where the fire had eventually pierced that cedar closet. Because it's coming up and out, and it's just right there on the bottom. It just tells you visually that that origin, was right. The area of origin being the cedar closet. That's exactly where it would have been. You saw the floor plans and the surveys. So it's just interesting to know. So again, we're just talking about what's going on. Why maybe she didn't take her phone. I'm not going to. You saw what you saw. This is just an X-ray, which just shows, obviously confirming gunshot wounds to the head of Jennifer Caneiro. That's all I can show you. That's all you need to see. Just talking about that blood. This is the foyer. What's going on in that house at 3:30 in the morning? Sophia running into the kitchen. Then we got Jesse, right, coming around to where he's ultimately going to take his last smoke-filled breaths. And we got, this is the one where it's Jesse and Sophia. Like, who would have thought? Just think about, Sophia's in the kitchen, and she's already bleeding. So she's already been attacked. But she's there, and there's only really one way to look at it. You can judge for yourself, for sure. Like, she's got to be, like, checking on her brother. But then she runs out of the kitchen, up the stairs, onto the landing. And that's where Carmelo Lamarco, the firefighter, ultimately found her. That's what Zane told you, that, like, she was left alive. Alive. 49% carboxyhemoglobin. Kind of a man. And then lastly, this is probably, we can't say conclusively, Cordoma kind of explained it as best you could, but like, see the swipes and all that, he told you about that, but like, this is now going east in the house towards where you exit the kitchen and you go up the stairs, and she would have passed her mom lying there on the ground. Her mom ultimately suffered fatal injuries so that she didn't inhale smoke. Jesse did. Sophia did to another level. This is the wound to Jesse's chin that we talked about. And there's just, I didn't show you the picture, but you'll have all the pictures, but that right in that area of the kitchen, the islands here, kitchen cabinets are here, right over here is like the windows. They find a projectile right here. Remember, they found a casing over by Jennifer, by the stairs. I'm not going to show you anymore. This is just showing you the sharp force injuries through her shirt. I think she was wearing like shirt and like underwear, obviously sleepwear. I'm not going to show you any other photos. You saw what you needed to see. It's horrific. But the reality is, we all know it's horrific. Cause and manner of death is part of any murder case. Have an obligation to prove cause and manner of death beyond a reasonable doubt, like every other element. But at the end of the day, the question becomes, who did, right? Who did? And at the end of the day, beyond a reasonable doubt, but beyond any doubt, the person responsible for inflicting those minutes, moments of terror in the dark upon children that trusted him, God only knows what they were saying to him. Paul Caneiro. Just the hair on the scarf. And when we talk about the injury, like, the only evidence of injury at 27 Tilby, only evidence of injury upon that house or in that house, despite the testimony from Caitlin Caneiro, was really just that one area of blood, which was swabbed, and it was actually the firefighter. And I don't know if it was on he was being treated at the scene, but obviously it was confirmed that Sean Edson, the firefighter, hit his hand, or cut his hand, or whatever it was, on the doorway, or hit it up, or rubbed it on the doorway at some point to cause the blood, which was his. But let's talk about that injury, like this injury. Like, he told the police he injured his hand, so I mean, I don't think, to be honest with you, I'm not sure he really could have hid that from the police being there at the police station and outside for a lot of the day. I don't think he really could have hid it, so he told them that. But then in trial, all of a sudden, kind of like his daughter, who didn't tell the police this, I mean, Miss Wallace asked her that, you know, says that she was actually like heard something. She didn't see it. She didn't see her dad hit his hand, but he was behind her as they're going down the stairs trying to get out of the house, and he said, "Fuck, my hand," or something to that effect. I would suggest that, like, not wearing shoes, shutting off the cameras and all that kind of stuff, that's just like, just trying to come up with an excuse for an injury that is entirely consistent with bludgeoning 3 people inside a house about an hour earlier. I would suggest to you that when you look at all of the evidence, all the stuff we talked about, that injury happened in Colts Neck. Sophia's injury, I mean, you heard her, you're 17, I'm not going to run through them. There's really no reason. You saw a couple photos, that's really what you could see. But we're talking about all over the body. But I think when we talk about this, we have to put into context that DNA again with Jesse and Sophia. And the fact that, like, Jesse never left the kitchen. He's bleeding there. He never left there. He died there. Sophia's bleeding. She leaves there. And Dr. Zane told you about all those injuries that were consistent with defensive wounds. It was like, it was in a report and he testified to it. He said injuries, like he listed like 6 or 7 of the 17 sharp force injuries that he believed, and you saw the leg and hands and shit, you know, forearm and all that kind of stuff. But like, that little girl fought. I mean, nothing else I can say. That little girl fought. Again, I'm not going to show you photos because I'm not going to do that to you. No, but like, this is just like Dr. Zhang, like, notes of just, what else can you say other than how much writing is on that chart, that diagram? I mean, you don't need to see blood, you don't need to see cuts. It's just, look at the writing. It doesn't even matter what it says, it's just a lot of writing. I won't say it again. You know that 49%, you know what Dr. Zhang said it meant. Michael Abraham, the guy from the ATF, the electrical engineer, he told you about this Verizon OET line. He told you about the generator. He told you about he was brought in because he's an expert. He's an electrician and worked for the ATF. And ultimately, he assisted with determining, you know, what the power meant in conjunction with the fire. And ultimately, what he determined was that there was no power. The home was de-energized at the time of the fire because he cut all the power. And he cut all the cameras. This is the Verizon ONT line, which was cut. I'm sure you remember that. This is a line that was purposely and knowingly cut so that no help would come. No smoke alarm would be triggered. No alerts to the outside world. This is what we have. This is the shell casing. This is the live round. Oh, no, sorry, this is shell casing. Shell casing. All Fiocchi very rare ammunition. So rare, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of cross-examination about it. So rare that Sergeant Clayton said they have thousands of different types of ammunition at the state police. But they needed the prosecutor's office to bring them this, because I hope you understood it. But just because it's the same ammunition here in Colts Neck and here in defendant's basement doesn't mean that that ammunition is going to mark the same in any gun. It's not going to be a match with any gun because it's the same ammunition. The point is, they want to use, Sergeant Clayton told you, they want to use like ammunition because it marks that. You want to use, he said, I think it said it's longer, right? But it's good to see the markings so that you can make very reliable and conclusive comparisons between items. But again, ammunition that's rare enough that the state police didn't even have it. This is what they do every day. But Paul Caneiro has it. And it's exactly what's found in Colts. This was brought up yesterday. You know, why would he use a knife if he had a gun? Now, I think I explained this morning, but you know, I don't know that I can ever answer it. One of the things the judge will tell you is that, like, we can't get into the head of someone. You're going to be asked, and you're going to be read the law about state of mind, and that when you talk about murder, you're talking about purposely and knowingly, or purposely or knowingly causing death or serious bodily injury resulting in death. But one of the things the judge will tell you, I suspect, is that we can never get inside someone's head, right? So we don't know exactly why someone always does it. But I would suggest that when we talked about there was the southwest corner, there's a live round right by where that door was open, right? Now, that live round was ultimately compared to other shell casings that Clayton tested, and we'll get there almost. And that round wasn't fired. It's a live round. So it kind of looks basically this. It is this. Same head stamp. But it was extracted from the same handgun as the other casings. So you match casings to the gun and bullets, fired bullets, to the barrel. But the extractor marks and the ejection marks were the same as all the other cartridges. So this round that was found right by where that door was found open in the back corner of the house, Mr. Caneiro probably went in and probably left. It's the same as all the other cartridge casing. And the reason why it's there, I asked Sergeant Clayton, is that really either there's a malfunction or he forgot that he racked the gun already and there's a bullet in the chamber. And so when he racks it again, it pops out. So it ejects, but it doesn't fire because he doesn't pull the trigger. So it's there. It's from the same gun. It's just another piece of ballistic evidence when you look at the numbers, because there's 6 shots outside. There's 2 shots that we know of in the house because we have a casing in one area, and then we have a bullet in the other in the kitchen. There's 1 round on the southwest, I think I said southeast, the southwest patio. And then we also later found, interestingly, we found out the state police actually told us these jeans, when they were sent for testing, and that pile was sent for testing. Ultimately, New Jersey State Police item 6-4 actually got like 6. I think it's the same number as the jeans, so they kind of like found that. Same head stamp, Yoki ammunition in the pile. I think where they found it was the pocket of the jeans, but your recollection will control. But it's another piece of ballistic evidence linking the guns to Paul Caneiro, the DNA to Paul Caneiro, ballistics and the DNA to Paul Caneiro. But again, we're talking about 10 shots. I mean, there could have been a 10-round magazine. Could have ran out. Could have been more than that. Could have missed Keith a couple of times. They were never found because they would have flown out to Willowbrook. I don't know. But at some point, during that interaction with Jesse and Jennifer and Sophia, we know a knife is used. Just because he had a gun and a knife doesn't mean that it's anyone other than Paul Caneiro. So, when we talk about the state police ballistics, we first talk about 5 bullets. We talk about these 5 bullets. State police numbers 11, 12, 17, 20, and 26. Its evidence number is 302, 304, 309, 325, 331. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, what you heard from Chris Clayton, an expert in ballistics, is that any bullet that wasn't damaged enough or mutilated, like he testified, those ones that were found in the water, Jennifer's brain and Keith's brain, anything that was remotely intact, matched this barrel that was found in Keith's backpack, Paul's backpack. This is, just so we realize, this is actually the live round from the southwest corner. Okay, this is the one that, although it wasn't fired, it matches all the projectiles, all the shell casings. So these bullets fired from this barrel found in Mr. Caneiro's backpack. Now we have 7 shell casings from Willowbrook. Exhibits S 305, 306, 307, 308, 311, 312, 326. All these casings. Well, first, let's just say that he was able to determine first that these bullets were all fired from the same gun. You saw the pictures, right? It's basically pattern comparing, and we showed you the photos that show that the patterns match. Obviously, based upon his testimony, based upon his expertise, testifying, I think, 60-something times, been doing this for years at the state police, these bullets all matched each other. And then he drew a comparison of these projectiles, of these shell casings, and said they all match. Before he did the barrel and the gun. But ultimately, based upon test firing, comparison of test standards to the bullets, this barrel, Paul Caneiro's backpack, fired these bullets, caused the death of Keith Caneiro and Jennifer Caneiro. Remember, he swapped the barrel out, right? But ultimately, it is safe. We've said that a number of times at the gun lock. So, obviously, this is something we treat with care. Okay? This is S-193. It's recovered from the defendant's basement in that locked gun storage locker. We treat it with care. We point it down and we make sure it's safe. Because at the end of the day, while it's lawful to possess this weapon legally, right? But this thing's a beast. You know, these have lawful uses, certainly. People use them for sport and to practice, and that's fine. But when you talk about matching shell casings from a crime scene where 4 people are murdered to this, you got to treat this with care, because this thing takes lives. And this, and this, and these, and these, Say while we're here. That gun from his basement and that barrel from his backpack, separated, carefully, meticulously, purposely, fired these bullets and expelled these shell casings. It's somewhere between 326 and 330. And then he went into that house and he caused the rest of the carnage. This is, ladies and gentlemen, that is, and this is, and this is, and this is, and this is, and those jeans are, and the shutting off the cameras, and all the footage we have of him leaving in the middle of the night, coming back in the middle of the night, 2 hours later. That is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We ask you, as jurors, to hold us to proving this case beyond a reasonable doubt. When we say reasonable, right? Like, you know, they may point out that this wasn't done or this wasn't done, but like, you also have to hold us to a reasonable standard as to like, what more can we give you? We gave you the gun, gave you the barrel, the projectiles, the bullets, the DNA. We showed you him shutting off his camera. I can't give you any more because he shut off the camera. We followed the evidence in this case. Murder doesn't make sense, but murder happened. Murder happened November 20th, 2018, in the darkness. And it happened 4 times. There's no way I could justify anything remotely resembling a good reason. But it happened. Talked about timeline, I promise. Just about that. Just want to close the loop with respect to the timeline. Okay, you talked about it, and I think the defense, you know, Ms. Mastalone, I think it was with Lieutenant Petruzzello, we created a timeline and all that stuff, and I guess the idea was that, like, the timeline doesn't make sense, or there's not enough time to do this and not enough time to do that. Well, you'll have those timelines and evidence. They've been marked. I think Ms. Wallace then asked some follow-up questions, and we added some things. 3:50 is a phone call, first phone call. 6:05, Keith calls Paul the second time. 1:27 a.m., Paul plugs in his iPhone. Probably just after practicing with the laser light in that other 6 hour. 1:28, goes into the garage, shuts off his camera. We see the Cayenne, see what we would have seen. 1:31, he goes downstairs. Sorry. We see him here, right, and we see the gun locker. He's shutting off the cameras downstairs, making sure that you wouldn't be able to see him leaving the DNA and putting the gun back, swapping the barrel, et cetera, et cetera. And we get to the Porsche, clearly the Porsche Macan 207, leaving Tilton. 2:27, Porsche Macan, Willowbrook. 2:35, 2:51, the video we saw with the gloves and the hair. 2:52, the first alert from the Verizon, saying basically the Verizon box is not cut yet, but saying that power's cut to the area. Same way that camera, the Nest camera outside, said 2:52, right? Keith sends these text messages, 3:14 through 3:18. There's 4, but the last one says, really, it's not really a communication. It's a text message, but essentially, if you want to look at that as communication, that right here is the last thing that Keith Caneiro would ever say. And it's basically telling his brother he's going outside to check on the generator. Little did he know that when he got outside to check the generator, these and this were going to end his life. We know the Verizon line cuts at 3:42 per what they said. So there was also some testimony. I'm not going to belabor it. Just 6 minutes. There's no question it's enough time. But it could have actually been a little bit before 3:42. I think Mike Abraham said that Verizon pings the box every once in a while. I think he said every 30 seconds. So, I mean, it could have been 30 seconds earlier. Who knows if that's even accurate, if it registers right away. But the line's cut, the fire's set, and then he runs, like, look at the pictures. I mean, I skip the nearest bathroom and I go to the next bathroom. That's probably the distance of me running to get to that car, to get onto Willowbrook at 3:48 and 17 seconds. And then, ultimately, 4:08, Porsche Macan returns to Tilton. Paul's iPhone is unplugged, 4:54. The main fire starts at 4:57. Porsche Cayenne pulls out 27 feet. I wanted to, I think I skipped it. If I could for 1 second. Apologize. Almost done. Just going to go to my one slide. I'm going to take you back for 1 second. Just camera 5. This is when the where the car pulls out. And then we have that garage fire. Can we shut off all the lights? So, you know the car pulls out. Mr. Caneiro pulls the Cayenne out. About 5 o'clock. Just fast forward, because we know we got about a minute and a half till that fire starts. We're going to let it run now. About 5:51. And just, when I talked earlier, this is that light by the garage. One of like the sconces or wall-mounted lights to the garage. Just in the next little while, just want you to pay a little attention to some movement, some shadows in this area before the flash. Now, we said that the people that were alleged to have been there at 4:30 wouldn't have still been there at 5:02, so you can't really make both arguments. But what we see here is about a minute and 20 seconds, minute and 30 seconds after Mr. Caneiro pulls the Cayenne out. It's been suggested that like someone else had to be there to set that fire. Now, I'd suggest to you that when you look at that, it's impossible to say that there wasn't someone there, i.e. Mr. Caneiro, who came out of the car and went back up there. It would have been as simple as we said. Like his family gets in the car, but like the wife went back inside. His daughter was calling 911, and I don't know exactly when she got in the car. They all got in the car. There's no doubt about that. But like, what if he just What if he just pulls the car out into the street? And then whether the family's there yet or not, if they are, you just, I forgot to shut the garage door. Boom, towards the freaking car. Because that's the car that you just used to kill everybody. Like, obviously, again, kind of a failed attempt at doing any damage to that car, but like, he either set that fire right before he pulled the car out and it just took a minute, or he went back up. I mean, that fire is not started. Because if you're talking about like someone else being there, Corey, whatever, man, if he's not there, he's sitting in the street. It's not like he's not there to see what happened. Like, that fire, ladies and gentlemen, is just another fire set by Mr. Caneiro. It's just another part of the entirety of this case. Okay? That video is obviously not clear enough to say conclusively, but I suggest that you see some movement in that area around that light and some shadows, and it just is not something that proves anything like someone else was there. No one told you that anyone was there. Paul Caneiro, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Caneiro. All of the evidence in this case, all of the ballistics, the DNA, the air ammunition, the hiding of the backpack, the hiding of the barrel, they're all shutting off the cameras. They're all just ways to try to hide the evidence. The evidence that shows that he, and he alone, committed these crimes. You have video of him shutting off his cameras. You have video of him leaving at 2:07 and returning at 4:08. You have evidence to suggest that is certainly him outside of his brother's house. He had the barrel. The projectiles and the bullets from the scene matched the barrel that he separated from the gun and the gun. Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes the evidence doesn't lie. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try to explain it away or give alternative theories to why his DNA or his wife's, his niece's DNA is in his basement, and why someone would try to frame him but swap out the barrel. He's not the unluckiest man in the world, ladies and gentlemen. He's just guilty. He's just guilty. And that's simple. And one last thing I just really wanted to say, and the judge is going to read the law to you very shortly. He's the one who controls how you consider the facts of this case in relation to the law. And ultimately, he's going to give you, when you deliberate, you're going to get a verdict sheet. And this is just some questions that you're going to have to answer based upon all the time you spent here, all the attention you paid, the arguments of counsel, but most importantly, the evidence from the stand, the physical evidence. And you're going to have to answer some questions. They go a little something like this. I'm not going to read the whole thing yet, I promise. You're going to have to determine if the defendant is guilty of murder. Did he purposely or knowingly cause the death of Keith Caneiro, for instance, or serious bodily injury resulting in death? Okay? That's the determination we need to make with respect to each victim. Then you're going to get some other questions on some of them. Kind of like, did he do it by his own hand? Meaning, did he do it? Okay? And then there's some other questions like, did he do it for money, or with the children? You know, were they under the age of 14? You're going to answer some of these questions once you find him guilty of murder. And you're going to get some weapons charges. You're going to get the theft. You're going to get the misappropriation. The one thing is, with respect, so you understand, with respect to felony murder. Now, with felony murder, you just get Jesse and Sophia. And I just wanted you to understand that when we talk about felony murder, we talk about causing the death of the victim while in the course of committing a felony. Here, it's charged with the arson. And the reason why you have Sophia and Jesse and not Jennifer and Keith is because of that very fact that we know, based upon the testimony of Dr. Toma and Dr. Zhang, that like Sophia and Jesse were alive after the fire was set. So they were killed in the course of him setting fire to the house. Now they're also victims of murder because they were purposely or knowingly killed by Mr. Caneiro. But I wanted you to understand that is really what we're talking about and why you just see them there as opposed to Keith, their father, and Jennifer, their mother.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I know that this is an emotional process. Just on behalf of Ms. Wallace, just want you to know that we appreciate the time that you've all devoted to this. I'm sure the defense does too. I'm not trying to grandstand here, but we do appreciate the time, the attention, how you showed up. Sorry if there were delays at times. Could have been our fault. Who knows? But when we talk about justice and we talk about things like reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence and things like that, just remember that like we get held to a very high standard, and that's the way it should be. Okay, we're the state. We have to prove. We have to convince you that this man committed murders, felony murder, weapons charge. We have to do it beyond a reasonable doubt. And that reasonable word is just kind of important because we have proven it to you beyond a reasonable doubt. The DNA, the ballistics, the cameras, all the other testimony, all the little things, like showing you he wasn't set up, showing you that that was just another way to try to deceive. I would argue to you that the evidence will not deceive you. It will take you to a place where you will go back into that room and you will decide amongst yourselves that this man, contrary to a lot of things you may have heard about him, this man, on November 20th, 2018, Colts Neck, New Jersey, killed his brother, sister-in-law, 11-year-old nephew, and his 8-year-old niece. Ladies and gentlemen, for one final time, we appreciate your time. The only just verdict in this case, the only one that follows the evidence, is that Mr. Caneiro is guilty of all these crimes. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long morning. The next part of the process is going to be the charge. That takes a little bit of time to do because I have to explain it all to you. So what I think I'm going to do, because it's noon, I'm going to give you a longer lunch just to give you a little bit of time to kind of stretch out, clear your head. We'll come back right at 1:30 and we'll move right into the charge. And at that point in time, I'll give you a little bit more information, but we're not going to do anything until then. You guys are going to remember what I'm about to say. We all know, right? Ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard the summations. You have not heard my charge. You have not heard the law in this case. You cannot discuss this case. You got an hour and a half having lunch together. Don't do it. You cannot do it. You just have to have your lunch, relax, do whatever you need to do. Come back up. I will give you the law. You get to finally learn about this system of who's the alternates and how fun that is to figure that out. And then you'll start your deliberations in that room only. All right, so everybody have a good lunch. Mr. Decker, if you can move that.